Thanks for waking up with us this morning. This is Breakfast News Live on GTV, where we bring you news updates across the country and international. We're streaming live on Facebook at GTV Ghana and across all our social media platforms at GTV Ghana. I am Falen Shatet, and now let's get the detail of the stories. The Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Alban Bagbin, has adjourned sitting Senate Day just when the House reconvened on Tuesday, October 22. This follows misunderstanding over 4 seats the Speaker declared vacant on Thursday, October 17. In a formal communication to the House, the Speaker noted that while the number present exceeded 1/3 of the members as required by the law, they fell short of the necessary have to take decision. Given the circumstances and public interest, the Speaker invoked Standing Order 59 to adjourn the meeting indefinitely.
Article 102 of the Constitution. It reads, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. As presently constituted, the numbers definitely is far above 1/3 of the members of Parliament. But by Article 104, the numbers are not sufficient for us to take decisions. And I'll quote Article 104. Article 104(1) says, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Honourable members, we don't have at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Consequently, in view of the current circumstances, the fact that there is a question on the composition and Constitution of Parliament, and having regard to the public interest and the exigencies of the state of affairs in Parliament, I will proceed to, in accordance with Standing Orders 59, adjourn the House indefinitely. That is sine die.
Meanwhile, members of Parliament from the New Patriotic Party marched out of the House on Tuesday morning after National Democratic Congress MPs occupied their seats. Leading the NPP MPs, Mr. Alexander Afenyomarkin, MP for Ifutu, said they retreated to their offices to await directives from the Speaker, Alban Bagbin, on the way forward. Mr. Afenyomarkin said they chose the path of peace rather than confronting their opponents to avoid chaos. Meanwhile, the leader of the NDC caucus in Parliament, Dr. Kislatu Force, maintains that by law, they are the majority.
We are law-abiding. We have heard that our colleagues say they disagree with the Supreme Court. They've been using unprintable words on the Supreme Court. On Sunday, the minority leader, my respected colleague, Dr. Forson, led the minority caucus in a press conference whereupon they told Ghanaians that today they will come and occupy our seats by their own proclamation. We will not give that lawless platform that NDC is seeking. We will not give them that platform. We will not give them that theater they so aggressively seek.
Members of Parliament are in the minority in Ghana's parliament. Made our position and so clear. We are not changing our position. We see ourselves as the majority. We are fortified by the constitution and the standing orders of this house, and we see ourselves as the majority. We are grateful to the right honorable speaker for doing what is right and respecting decisions. We hope that a time will come that this house will be reborn in our position as the majority caucus.
Some members of parliament said the speaker made the right decision by adjourning the house indefinitely. For some, it's an opportunity for them to continue their campaign activities in their various constituencies.
All the tension that had been generated over the period, I think that this may be just about the wisest thing to do, and he's done it. And as he came in, as you saw, we were sitting at the majority side. He didn't say anything. He didn't say go back to sit at the minority, because he knows the numbers, he knows where the figures are. And once he has declared the pluses and the minuses, will make it up, and he will know that by numbers we were the majority now. And so that is the end of it. But it's unfortunate because there are things to do. There must be government business to transact. That's why we were called back for 2-3 weeks. And so I think the minority now, they still lead government business. They should get their house together. They should get their act together.
After Supreme Court ruling, we know we'll be having meetings with the minority. The speaker has been having meetings. That is what is emboldening them to come out and say all the things they are saying. And the knee-jerk reaction, the press conference they held on Sunday, it was all knee-jerk reaction after the Supreme Court has put where the situation should be. But surprisingly, I'm surprised. The Ghanaian people should know who the minority are. They're just giving forth their true colors. It is the same courts that rule in favor of John Mahama some time back. And they were in white and celebrating. The same court, not necessarily Supreme Court, but the judiciary, they ruled in favor of Atufosi. They were in white while jubilating. What is happening today? Are we saying that we can disrespect the ruling of the Supreme Court? Well, we wait and see.
I'm going to campaign. I'm going to continue with my campaign anytime the government side is ready to work. I'm sure the speaker will call us, and since we are elected members from our constituencies, we will come and do our business.
A member of the National Peace Council, Sheikh Aramiya Shaibu, has been sharing his views on recent happenings in Parliament. He called for the respect of Constitution and the rule of law.
Constitution is the fundamental law of our land. And when it comes to matters of interpretation, where we have a clash of views, the highest institution that is able to really give interpretation is the Supreme Court. So what I see is that it is not like the Supreme Court lording over the Parliament, but the Supreme Court applying its mandate as the highest body that has the mandate to interpret our Constitution. In any case where there is some unclarity, when there's ambiguity having to do with the work of Parliament, then the Supreme Court comes in to give some interpretation. And I think that it's an attempt to really come out with an interpretation that has brought us to this level. I wouldn't want to see it as the Parliament being subjected to the Supreme Court. I think we need to harmonize, though these arms of government are separate, but I think there are spaces where they meet in order to make governance proceed without any impediment. I think that we must explore, and also where we have reached, probably we are hitting a point where we have seen some deficiencies in our governance system, and this is an opportunity for us to be able to clarify things and improve on our governance system. The Constitution
You're still watching Breakfast News Live on GTV. Effective implementation of decentralization system in Ghana can only be achieved through consultation and consensus. Speaking at his inaugural annual local governance lectures in Accra, a local governance expert and former local government minister, Professor Kwamina Ahoy, proposed a bipartisan stakeholder conference on decentralization after the 2024 election. The lecture was on the theme, Local Governance and Decentralization in Ghana, the Past, Present and Future.
Professor Kwamina Ahoy urged that without a strong commitment to decentralization, many local communities would continue to lag behind in terms of development. He noted that a significant factor hindering the effective implementation of the decentralization system in Ghana is lack of consensus among political actors across successive governments.
With a truly decentralized local government system, if you have a local government system that is in charge of local affairs, and that calls the shots locally. A local government system that is a local government of the local people, by the local people, and for the local people.
The local governance expert and former local government minister also applauded the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress for plans to revitalize the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development.
The Constitution says that the President appoints 30% members of the Assembly. If you don't amend that provision and you say that district assemblies must be made partisan, the President's party will participate in the partisan district assembly elections. His party members will be elected to the Assembly, and after that he will go and appoint 30% more and add to the Assembly. Before we talk about making the Assembly system partisan, we must deal with that constitutional provision. And this was one of the major reasons why the MDC objected to the referendum, which forced the President to nullify, cancel the referendum.
Professor Ahoy gave insights into the structural and policy level changes needed to advance local governance in Ghana, stressing the need for local government officials to prioritize decentralization, which he described as a means to drive economic development and enhance the overall well-being of Ghanaians.
Now on the foreign front, a military airstrike on a mosque in Sudan's central city of Wade Madani killed 31 people. The attack took place in the evening after prayers in the city, which is the capital of Al Jazeera state, located in south of Khartoum.
The Wade Madani Resistance Committee, one of many volunteer groups providing aid across the war-torn country, shared the details in a statement and accused the army of using barrel bombs in the attack. They also reported that more than half of the victims have yet to be identified as rescue teams continue to search through the remains of dozens of charred and mutilated bodies. Since April 2023, Sudan has been devastated by conflict between the Sudanese military and the paramilitary rapid support forces. The fighting has led to tens of thousands of deaths and created one of the world's worst displacement and humanitarian crisis.
Taiwan has turned down South Africa's request to relocate its representative office from the capital Pretoria to Johannesburg, the commercial hub. This decision reflects Taiwan's ongoing efforts to resist China's attempts to diplomatically isolate the self-governance island.
Taiwan's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Jeff Liu stated during a news conference that the request to relocate or close the office breached a 1997 agreement between the two nations. He said the South African government's demands have violated the 1997 agreement between Taiwan and South Africa, which stipulates that both parties can set up offices in each other's country. He added that Taiwan will never accept the unreasonable demands of the South African government. Jeff Liu reiterated Foreign Minister Lin Qianlong's statement at the legislature on Monday that Taiwan is ready for any situation regarding the demand. Both Lin Qianlong and Jeff Liu emphasized that the office is Taiwanese property and Taipei has the authority to decide its location and status.
Weather update for today, but according to the Ghana Meteo Agency, the weather is still on strike. But here's something that is not on strike: the Alpha Lotto winning numbers. The Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Delta Tuesday: 70, 90, 76, single 8, and 53. The Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Delta Tuesday again: 70, 70, 90, 90, 76, 76, single 8, and 53, 53. Lots is happening on our breakfast show this morning. Don't go away after this break.
Someone whose dedication and excellence inspire others. It's time to recognize their efforts. Introducing the most prestigious Royal 2025 Millennium Excellence Awards, celebrating outstanding achievements across various fields. And now, you can nominate those extraordinary individuals or companies who deserve recognition. Nominating is easy. Visit our website at mef.nominate.live. Click on the Nominate button, choose a category, and fill in the details of your nominee. It's that simple. Join us in recognizing those who make a difference. Your nomination could change a life and inspire many. Visit mef.nominate.live and nominate your preferred
Stop balancing now is the hashtag. Good morning, welcome to the show. Today is the 23rd of October 2024. How many days more do we have on Saturday to be 49? 49 minus, so yeah, like 46 days. 46 days more to go. 76 days to end the second term of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Bawumia. And Parliament has been suspended indefinitely. What is the status of MPs Cynthia Morrison and the Sudan MP? There are reports going around that they had abandoned their bid to run as independents, but then they've come back to debunk. What's all going on? What's all that's happening in Parliament? What's the whole stuff that's keeping us all talking? We'll be unraveling all of these issues on Headlines special extended edition from 7:30 to 9. It's right here on GTV Breakfast. But ahead of that, I'll be looking at breast self-examination on the health segment in about 4 minutes. So you stick around. Welcome to the show. It's GTV Breakfast. Matiti, good morning. What's up?
Hi, Cap. Good morning. And yes, you did say 45 days counting down to election day. And I'm not sure with Buhaha in Ghana's parliament about who is majority and who is minority. We still have Manifesto Watch on GTV Breakfast, where we extend a hand and we sit with political parties who want to wrestle power in December and lead Ghana by January 2025 to tell the Ghanaian people their policies. Today we sit with the New Patriotic Party, the MPP, to look at their education policy. We know they touted the free senior high school policy when they wanted power from 2016, and so we want to find out what more are they going to be doing for the Ghanaian populace with regards to education. So that's what's on my side. You should expect a bit later. And send your questions and your comments on 0555561034. We're not alone. Jay Gabra is standing by. What's happening on his side? Hi, Jay. Good morning.
Good morning, Maltiti, and good morning to you all. Yesterday I was a bit under the weather, but I understand the weather is on strike, so today I've come to work. It is what it is. So welcome again, and so we have the social media corner bringing you all the trends, and of course this year the Ghana Club 100 event where they register all the highest ranking companies in Ghana, the first 100 companies in Ghana, is happening this year. So later on they'll be in the studios to have a chat with us, and we find out more about the Ghana Club 100 event happening this year.
Well, October is Pinktober, and you can see shades of pink.
Under the weather.
Yes, going through all of us. Shout out, special shout out to Felicity Hafianyo.
Yes,
the only person who can declare that the weather is on strike. If you missed that, go to our Facebook, GTV Ghana. You see her. Yes. And you see Valencia's eyes popping out when the news came.
Did that just happen?
My eyes will have popped out.
The weather is on strike. Huh? What? It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. And so stick around. Don't go anywhere. We have our quote for the day, the problem for the day, and then we go into the clinic with our favorite doctor to do breast self-examination. You're watching GTV Breakfast.
Well,
wow. We're not on strike.
The hashtag is Stop Galamsey Now. Welcome back. It's time now for the proverb of your day with me, Jay Gabra, that GTV boy. So one of my former lecturers narrated a funny story where she was driving in town and someone, crossed there and stuff, and then she used certain words to describe the driver. And so one time, and her child was in the backseat, but she forgot. So another time, she was going somewhere, going about her business, and then out of nowhere, somebody else did it. But this time, she didn't say anything. Guess who? It was the son rather who said those words. And then she was like, oh my goodness, no, you can't be using those words. And that's when she realized that, sometimes the words we use, we have to watch who are those behind us. Otherwise, when they end up using it, it may destroy us. So this morning, the proverb says to remind us of something similar like that. And so it goes, when the roots of a tree begin to decay, the branches fall off. Yes, when the roots of a tree begin to decay, the branches fall off. Corruption or mismanagement at the top leads to the collapse of systems, including parliamentary governance. And I just want to tell my producer for the quote of the day that today, dear, what is happening? Why this particular one? So I guess the fish rots from the head. It doesn't start from the tail. So with anything, we have to be careful what happens at the top. And that's our proverb for today. Don't go anywhere. The show continues right after this.
Stop Galamsey Now is the hashtag. Good morning once again. If you just joined us, hope you brush your teeth, done your prayers, and you're ready for the day. So today's day 23 of Pinktober, where we throw the spotlight on breast cancer awareness. My guest this morning is a medical doctor at the Wejakbawe Municipal Hospital, Dr. Esther Yesuto Agbozo. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Happy Pinktober to you.
Thank you.
Indeed. So today we're doing throwing the spotlight on self-breast examination.
Yes.
We have a video that we want to show you, and then we'll come back, and then we have a chit chat. So you're watching GTV Breakfast. Please focus on the video.
Did you know that men can have breast cancer? Yes. In as much as breast cancer is commonly found in women, men can have breast cancer because men have breast tissue. In this video, we are going to be discussing self-breast examination, and I'm going to be answering 4 of the major questions that people usually ask about self-breast examination. So let's jump right into it. The very first question people usually ask is, when should I do a self-breast examination? The answer is, you have to do a self-breast examination at least once every month. Now, for women who are still menstruating, you can do it 3 to 5 days after your menstrual cycle. But for women who are postmenopausal women, you just pick a time in the month where you always do it. For instance, if you do it in the first week of this month, subsequently you have to do it in the first week of every other month. The second question that people usually ask is, what do I look for when I'm doing a self-breast examination? Now, during your self-breast examination, which we'll demonstrate later, you'd see that you do 2 main things. The first one is an inspection, where you are looking at the breast, you are looking for any abnormalities, you are looking for any skin changes. So if you see any rashes, any bumps, you see any reddening of the skin, you are looking at the nipples to see, are the nipples pointing out or are they pointing inwards, which we call inverted nipple. You are looking if there's any spontaneous nipple discharge. You are looking if there are any ulcers You are looking if there are any dimpling. Dimpling is simply the skin drawing in, like you have a dimple, okay? These are some of the things you are looking for on your inspection. And then you go on to the palpation bit, which is when you are touching. You are looking for any lumps, any bumps. You are looking for any areas of hardening, any hard knots, or any unusual abnormality that you feel in your breast. You are also feeling for any form of pain which is not associated with your menstrual cycle. Now, jumping into the third question, people will ask, after I've done this self-breast examination, if I find anything abnormal, what do I do next? Simply, do not panic. You need to understand that majority of the things you see in a self-breast examination, even if they are unusual, are not pointing directly to breast cancer. Data shows that over 80% of the abnormalities you would see in your self-breast examination are not breast cancer, so don't panic. What do? Just get checked into a hospital, let a doctor check you out. They'll do a clinical breast examination. If they need to order some imaging like a mammogram or an ultrasound, so for people over 40, you would do a mammogram. For those under 40, a breast ultrasound. They will do that, and then if they find anything unusual, they treat it early, and you can go on with your life like it never happened before. Now, to our final question, people usually ask, is breast cancer preventable and is it treatable? Now, for the first part of the question, breast cancer is not entirely preventable because some of the risk factors are inevitable. For instance, if somebody has a genetic predisposition, it runs in their family, so they've inherited a particular gene, there is nothing we can do to change your genetic makeup. However, some lifestyle modifications can help to reduce your risk of developing breast cancer. Some are eating a healthy diet, exercising regularly, maintaining a healthy weight, reducing your alcohol consumption, avoiding smoking, and also reducing a lot of the hormonal therapies that people indulge in. When you do these things, you reduce your risk of having breast cancer in life. And then is breast cancer treatable? Depending on the type of breast cancer that we are dealing with, and also the stage at which it is diagnosed, breast cancer can be treatable and even curable. If it is picked up early, you would see that we can actually treat the person, the cancer disappears. If it is surgery, we do surgery. If they need chemo and radiation therapy, we do that, and they can move on with their lives like they never had breast cancer. Let's always remember that early detection saves lives, and so if you notice anything unusual, do well to have it checked. I am Iya the medic, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, now to our self-breast examination. I said I was going to do a live demonstration for you to see. So like I said earlier, in our self-breast examination, we are doing two main things. The first one, we are doing an inspection. So you are standing in your mirror with your hands by your side, no clothes on, no underwear on, like we are seeing here, right? And you are looking at your breast in the mirror. Okay, so you are looking for any abnormal skin changes on your breast. Okay, so you are looking at your right breast, you are looking at your left breast. And then you see that here we have some examples of some of the skin changes that you may see during the self-breast examination. So you may see obvious lumps like in this one, you may see some bumps like we are seeing here, you may see another lump that is being shown there. Then when you look at the one over there, you see that the nipple areolar complex, which is supposed to look like this, it's looking entirely different. And so these are some of the things that you are looking for during your inspection process. If your breast is pendulous or if it is sagging, always remember to lift it up and look under to ensure that nothing is hidden under the skin, okay? Now, having done your inspection, you come to what we call your palpation. Your palpation is very important when you are trying to feel for any abnormalities. So what do? It is advisable to do the palpation while lying down, because when you lie down, the breast spreads evenly on your chest and it's easier to pick up any abnormalities. So first, if you are going to examine your left breast, for instance, you lie down flat, you use a pillow to support your left shoulder, then you put your left hand behind your head whilst lying down, and then you use your right hand to examine your left breast. So for instance, this is, we are using this mannequin, so this is the left breast, so we use our right hand to examine the left breast, and use your left hand to examine your right breast. So in the examination process, what do? Some people prefer to divide the breast into 4 quadrants, okay, to make it easier for them to go around. So you can draw an imaginary line through your nipple from top to down, and another imaginary line from side to the middle, okay? So you have like 4 different parts. So you start from whichever quadrant you want, okay? So you can start, you are using the flat part of your palm, that's the part of your fingers, okay? You are not squeezing. So this is, for instance, a normal breast, okay? You are not squeezing, you are not pressing, you are just, going gently. So for this one, for instance, we start, okay? Then you go in a circular motion, okay? Make sure that all areas of your breast are felt, okay? Then don't forget the nipple alveolar complex, okay, which is in the middle. Now we always have to understand that our breast extends into our armpit. So when you are done with actual breast, remember to also feel for the part that goes all the way into your armpit, what we call the axillary tail of strength. It goes all the way into your armpit because some abnormalities can actually hide there. Now this breast, as you see here, looks normal, but during my palpation as I'm going, I feel that there is a lump. So your breast may look normal to you until you feel it. You may know that there is something. So there is something here. Okay, so you see that there is a lump. Okay, but on inspection you may not be able to pick it up until you feel. You will not be able to know that there is an abnormality. So you do it on both sides. You do it on the right side, you do it on the left side. So like I said, your right hand for your left breast, your left hand for your right breast. If you do have any abnormalities, what again do we do? Check in with the hospital, ensure that it is checked out for you by a medical practitioner and it is handled very quickly so that you don't have any complications thereafter. I hope you enjoyed this video and hope that you've learned how to do your self breast examination. You are going to do it in this month of October, which is Pink October, where we are increasing awareness creation about breast cancer. I am Iya the medic, and I'll see you again in my next video.
Don't even wait for the next video. She's here live and direct. Dr. Abozo, how are you?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Good. So let's dive into it. A little recap for those who may have missed the video. What changes should you be looking for when you are examining your breasts?
Okay, so when you are doing the examination, you do 2 things. First, you are inspecting. So inspection is you just standing in the mirror with no clothes on and you are looking at your breast. So as you're looking at your breast, you are looking at the skin first. So you want to see if there are any rashes. You want to see if there is any reddening anywhere. You want to see if you can see any visible lumps or bumps. Because sometimes if there is a lump and it becomes so big, you can actually see it even as you are looking in the mirror. You want to see if there is any spontaneous nipple discharge. That is, the nipple is not stimulated, but there is some fluid coming out. It can be clear fluid, it can be milky, it can be bloody. So you are looking for these things also standing in the mirror. Now, I think one of the things that I didn't mention in the video that was played earlier is that for women, when you stand in the mirror, after looking with your hands by your side, you also have to raise your hands above your head and then you press your hands against your hip. These 2 maneuvers help to accentuate some of the things that you are looking for, because some of the lumps may not be obvious, but once you raise your hand you begin to see something. Sometimes once you press your hands against your hip you begin to see something. So you are doing your inspection, you are just looking. Has anything changed? We all understand that our breasts are not the same size. One may be a little bigger than the other one. However, right. I mean, that is just how God decided to do it.
Okay.
But there is still some amount of symmetry. It is not entirely asymmetrical. So you need to know what your breast looks like. So it is important that if you've never stood in the mirror to look at your breast, you have to do it now so that you know what it looks like.
Are women generally shy of looking at themselves?
I think a couple of women are. Yeah, a couple of women have some insecurity, so they don't like to look at themselves in the mirror.
But it's themselves. We don't know. Okay.
So it's important that you know what your normal is, so that if at any point you stand in the mirror and you notice that, okay, this breast was slightly bigger than this one, but now the size has increased more than I used to notice, then you know that something is changing. Or if you notice that the shape of the breast, now the shape is taking a new turn, then you know that something has changed and you need to get it checked out. That is why you need to know what your normal is. So once you're done with your inspection, then you go to the feeling. That's what we call palpation.
Okay.
So the palpation, again, you're trying to feel for any lumps, you're trying to feel for any thickening in the breast. Some areas may feel thicker than the others.
What are you feeling with? I mean,
just your palm.
Okay.
Just your palm. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, just your palm.
And then the movement, is it circular?
Yeah, circular. Just like that.
Okay.
Simple.
Okay.
Nothing special.
I can do the same.
You can do the same.
Okay.
Men, women, it's the same thing.
Okay.
So you're just going, so you're just making, so that's what I said, that some people like to divide the breast into 4 parts. So you just draw an imaginary line through here, you draw another imaginary line through here, so it's like you have 4 different parts.
Okay.
So you're just making sure that...
Where are the 4 parts?
So if I do this and I do that, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, okay, all right. Per breast.
Yes.
Okay.
So do the nipple up, then.
Okay, so the nipple is the dividing line.
The dividing line.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you
have 4 parts. So just make sure that every quadrant is palpated.
Okay.
So that you don't miss anything. So it's good to go in a circular motion. You just move your hands gently, like as you go, like that, like that, like that. Then you come to the middle, which is where the nipple itself is. Then you palpate that place as well.
Okay. And then you're looking for.
You're looking for lumps.
Okay.
Sometimes you can feel maybe a small mass in there. Sometimes it's just an area of thickening. Sometimes it's just pain. Okay, because for women, if you are still in your menstruating years, you'd see that you have some pain. Some people have pain during ovulation, pain during menstruation. So if the pain you are feeling has nothing to do with your menstrual cycle, then you have to be worried. Or if you are postmenopausal, where you shouldn't be having any pain because you are not menstruating anymore, and you have pain there, then you should be worried. And even as a man, if you are palpitating and begin to feel pain, you should be worried as well.
Okay. When is the best time to perform a self-breast examination?
Yes, so for women in the premenopausal age, usually you do it about 3 to 5 days after your menstrual cycle. The reason is that during your menstrual cycle, the hormones are all over the place. Even when you're ovulating, the hormones are all over the place. And so
where are they going?
I mean, we have some surges and then drops in the hormones that regulate our menstrual cycle as women. So by the time you're done with your menstrual cycle, there is like a balance of the hormones, and so that is when you can have a clearer picture of what you've got. For some women during their menstrual cycle, their breast becomes thicker. Some people, their breast become engorged. Some people will have some pain. And so if you are doing your breast examination at that time, you may think you are picking up something, but it's just something that is natural with your menstrual cycle.
So should you wait for the engorged nature of the breast to subside before you do your breast examination?
So just do it 3 to 5 days after your cycle. So if after, let's say 5 days after your cycle, the engorgement is still there, it may be something else that we are looking at, and maybe it has nothing to do with the menstruation.
The engorgement is like swelling.
Swelling, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. What should you do if you find something unusual?
The first thing I said is don't panic. A lot of people will panic because they think that anything unusual they find is breast cancer. Studies have shown that over 70% of the things that you find on a breast examination is not breast cancer. And so it is important that when you see something, don't panic. Just get to the hospital, get it checked out. When you come, we will do a clinical breast examination. There are some things that you may not be able to pick up with your self-breast examination that we are trained to pick up. So we'll do the breast examination again, we'll do the inspection, we'll do the palpation ourselves and see if we can relate with whatever you think you picked up. If we do find something, then we can go on to do other things like the breast ultrasound for women who are less than 40 or the mammogram for women who are over 40. These images help us to pick up any abnormalities. If we find anything, then we know what to do from there.
How does the mammogram work?
So the mammogram, I wish I had given us a picture to look at. So they put the breast under like 2 slides. And then it's taking a picture of the breast tissue.
So you're lying down? Are you lying down?
No. It's taking what you're standing. So you are standing, then the breast is put on like a surface. And then there's another one which is pressing on it. And then it's taking like a picture or a photo. Go ahead. So if there is anything unusual, the mammogram picks it up. And it's usually done after 40 because by that time the breast is less dense. The mammogram cannot pick up things when the breast is dense. So when we are below 40, our breasts are very dense, and so the mammogram will not do an accurate job. But after 40, it is less dense, and then it's more sensitive to pick up any abnormalities.
How about the ultrasound? How does that work?
So the ultrasound is like for those who have had any ultrasound before, like an abdominal ultrasound for the pregnant women, any ultrasound before. It's just like that. So you're lying down, they put a gel on your breast, and then they have a probe which they are using to go around looking for anything unusual. So we have some terms that we use so that when you see, we know what we're expecting to see. So when you see it, sometimes it is darker than it should be, or it is more whiter than it should be, then we know that, okay, there may be something here, that we begin to probe further. So for some people, after those images, they may have to do what we call a biopsy, where we now go and take a little bit of the tissue, the breast tissue, and then we send it to the lab for them to look at it under the microscope and tell us this is exactly what it is. And then we can say it is breast cancer, it is not breast cancer.
All right, it's 14 minutes to 7 o'clock. If you have any questions to ask Eya the medic, aka Dr. Esther Agozo, you can send them to us on 055-556-10 34 055-556-1034. We're going to run through some pictures for you to explain what they are. It has to do with the self-breast examination.
Okay.
So here comes the first picture that we want to show you. What is this?
Yes, so this is just the breast. Now you see that there's a small lump. That's a lump. We call it a lump. So it's like a mass in there. Now you can see that there is no skin over that lump. So it means there are people who present to us, and then some people will have a sore on the breast, exposing the lump, because the cancer tissues are such that they begin to eat into the tissues. They are always looking for space to become bigger. So now some of them will break through the skin. So this one, it has broken through the skin, caused what we will call an ulcer, and then you have the lump sitting right there. So somebody will come to you in the hospital and their breast actually looks like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there another one we can have a look at? Just to... Oh, this is the only one. Okay, how about this?
Yes. So this again, you would notice that, first of all, the nipple is not in the right place.
Where's the right place?
So you see the nipple is on the left. I don't know if you notice, the nipple is down there.
It's like it's migrated or something?
Yes.
It should have been in the middle?
In the middle, yes.
Okay.
And then you can see that there are some bumps.
Okay.
I don't know if you notice.
Yes, I do see
there are
them.
some bumps there as well.
Yeah.
If you notice anything like that, you shouldn't sit in the house.
How is the nipple able to move like that?
So you see, when there are masses in the breast, sometimes it's just causes some pressure. So the part where it is it's encroaching on now, that part has to give way.
Yeah.
And these cancer cells are very aggressive. So they just keep pushing the actual organs to where they are not, out of position, so that they can make space for themselves. So that is what you would notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any more pictures? We want to see. We want to know. Now, what's going on here?
It's a similar thing to what we just saw before, just that this one looks
Multiple
more
bumps.
advanced. Yes.
Wow.
So multiple bumps. You can see that there are bumps, and then there's also another ulcer there with a lump that we can see. That one to the skin is almost gone.
And are you saying that there are women walking around with their breasts like this, and they don't know that there's something wrong?
That they don't know. The thing is that a lot of people know. They are in denial. Some of them too think that it is witchcraft. Some of them too think that prayer can solve it.
What are witches doing with women's breasts?
Ask again. So some of them would actually come to the hospital. So for some of them, when they come, oh doc, I feel maybe there's something in my breast. We say, okay, do ABCD. We pick it up. It's breast cancer. You tell them. You're expecting them to accept and begin treatment. Most of them are in denial.
I reject it.
Yes.
That kind of thing.
So they'll go and do herbal. They'll go and do prayers and everything.
Wow.
By the time they come back, that is what we have.
Wow.
So most of them, by the time they come back, the cancer has spread to other organs in the body, the liver, the lungs, the bones, and there's very little that we can do for them.
And you say there are women with breasts like
You
this?
will be surprised.
Wow. And then what's this?
So this one is just showing us the blood vessels. So sometimes when you look in the mirror and you begin to see any lines like that, so it means the blood vessels are popping out, which shouldn't be the case. Then you should be worried. Now cancer cells are such that they demand a lot of nutrition, and so they'll begin to produce new blood vessels just to feed themselves.
Wow.
Yes. And so when you begin to see anything like this again, you want to get it checked, because it could be something going on. Yeah.
If you have any questions, the doctor is still here. She has 10 minutes to go, and we can have a conversation on self-breast examination. So you did say earlier that both breasts will not necessarily feel the same. Is that it?
So the symmetry, when you look at your breast in the mirror, both of them may not look entirely the same.
How about the heart when you feel them?
When you feel...
Should they feel the same?
Yes, they should feel the same.
Okay.
They should feel the same. However, when you are looking at them, the symmetry may just be a little different. The shape may be a little different, not too different.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, that if you've been looking at it from the beginning when you started having breasts, you know that, okay, this is how my breasts look like. This one looks like this one looks like that. So if you begin to notice anything out of the usual that you know, then you begin to ask questions and you begin to get worried and get it checked.
You know, I can relate with women who don't really look at themselves, because I'm looking at men too. We don't really look at ourselves. So you finish bathing, you put the towel, you don't look down and see whether your guy is all right. You know, nobody does it. You're in a hurry to go to work. You know, you're changing in the dark and all kinds of things. So,
True, but with the prevalence of breast cancer, especially in our part of the
we need
world,
to start looking more.
Yes, because of our ethnicity. You know, there are some risk factors for breast cancer. One of them is ethnicity. So unfortunately for we black people, we are at a higher risk of having breast cancer.
Why?
That is just how God decided to do it. However, why that happened, nobody can tell. But ethnically, we are more at risk of having breast cancer. So it is important that we are always on the lookout. The sad thing is that the people on the other part of the world who are at a lower risk, they are always on the lookout. Checking. Yes, and we rather who are at a higher risk, we are barely checking. So every month, the message is every month, just do your self-breast examination. It's just maybe a 10-minute exercise. Just look in the mirror, just lie down and feel, okay, I didn't feel anything. Then you go about your business. Just once every month. That is all.
For women who have partners, do you recommend that the partners help with the breast?
Absolutely. If the partners can help, I don't think it should be all about enjoyment all the time. If they can help, I think it's easier for somebody to pick up than you yourself. Because that's when you come to the hospital, we do the clinical examination ourselves. So if your partner knows how to do the breast examination well, especially if they've been feeling the breast, they know what it feels like. So if at any point they begin to notice or feel anything which they've not felt before, then they can bring your attention to it, that okay, today I felt this in the breast which I didn't used to feel before, or I see this on the breast which was not there before. Then both of you can take action.
Okay, let's go through some myths. Does finding a lump mean you have breast cancer?
Absolutely not. Majority of the lumps you find in your breast are not breast cancer, actually.
What are they?
So we have a lot of lumps in the breast. So we have what we call benign lumps. So benign is they are not cancerous. Even though it's a growth, it's not cancerous. So a typical example is what we call a fibroadenoma. So we call it a breast mouse. So you may feel a lump, then it's like it's moving all over the place.
Breast mouse.
Yeah. The reason is that it keeps moving around. So you are trying to feel it in this quadrant, and it moves to the next quadrant. It's like you can't put your hands on it exactly where it is. So most breast lumps are benign lumps, right? And so if you find a lump in your breast, it is not automatic that you have breast cancer.
Good to know that. Myth number 2, only women with a family history of breast cancer need to perform self-breast examinations.
Absolutely not. Every one of us has to do self-breast examination. The reason is, I was telling somebody just yesterday that we are all actually at risk. The reason is that some of the things that we do, even now we are still fighting galamsey. Our exposure to some chemicals can lead to some genetic mutations which can give us breast cancer. And so you may not have a family history of breast cancer, but you are still at risk because sometimes it's just lifestyle, alcohol consumption, smoking. For some women, postmenopausal, if they are obese after menopause, some of these things come to play. And so even if you don't have a positive family history, you still have to do the breast examination because you never know. You may be the first person in your generation to have it. Yes.
When you say family history, is it just maybe your mother or your sister, or what are the indications?
It can be your mother, your sister, your auntie, your grandmother, your uncle. It can, once you that's why I usually say that when you're in a family, I think you should ask questions. Okay, what health conditions are in this family?
What did she die of?
Yes, exactly. You say, oh, the person died, we don't know what killed the person. Usually there's a cause of death. So you want to know some of the things that are in your family so that you watch yourself. Because for some people, just because they know, there's a lady, her grandmother had breast cancer, her mother had breast cancer, her sister had breast cancer, so she knew she was next to die. So she went to do a mastectomy. We took out the breast.
She took out her breast?
Yes, even though she hadn't been, because she knew it was coming. Yes, because her risk is your grandmother has had it, your mother has had it, your sister has had it. You are next in line. Yes.
She took her breast off.
She took the breast. She didn't want it to even happen.
How old was she when she took her?
She was about 40. And the breast cancer hadn't happened. She was like, let's just take the breast off so that I can live my life and not have to worry about getting breast cancer.
And did the breast cancer come?
She didn't get breast cancer. The breast is gone. So she
without breast, you can't get breast cancer.
Yeah, without breast tissue, you can't get breast cancer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Breast cancer always presents with a lump. Is that true?
Absolutely not. For some people, we have what we call inflammatory breast cancer. For this one, it's not a lump. So for those people, they'll have some pain. So the first sign they may feel is a pain, or they may have some reddening, okay, or they may feel that the breast is becoming heavier. You may not feel a lump, but you still have a sign to tell you that there is something going on. So if it's just pain, or you begin to feel like the breasts are becoming heavier or swelling, or you begin to notice that the skin is changing, you want to get it checked. It may not always be a lump.
Another myth, young women don't have to worry about breast cancer.
That is absolutely not true. Now, we say that breast cancer, the risk increases as you grow. So after 40, your risk is higher. But we've had a patient who was just 32 and she had breast cancer. So for people who have very strong family histories and then they have lifestyle the things that they do in their lifestyle, which is increasing their risk even more, they can get breast cancer at a very young age. And so young women, we also have to worry about breast cancer. Sometimes it doesn't even have to be breast cancer. You may find something else in your breast that we need to take out. We've had 19-year-olds come with lumps that we've taken out and all that.
19?
Yeah. So it's not always about just breast cancer. We are using this as a means to say that anything unusual you find in your breast, just get it checked.
Okay, if you don't feel any changes, you don't need to see a doctor.
So if you don't feel any changes, you do not see any changes, then there is no need to be worried. We are telling you to come in for us to check if you have seen or noticed any changes in your breast. And then sometimes, if we are having this month, like there are a lot of hospitals that are doing free screening, just pass through once a year, get it checked, and then you go on for the rest of the year. That is it. So if you are not seeing or feeling anything unusual, there is no cause for alarm. But if you notice that, oh, somebody's having a free screening, it doesn't hurt to get checked, because you may not pick it up.
Alrighty.
A professional will pick it up. Yeah.
Is your hospital doing free screenings?
Absolutely, they are still doing free screening.
How many men have popped up to come out?
Oh, the men, you know, they are not going to show up. Just a few, one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe they are doing it at home quietly, doing their SBs.
We are hoping so.
Yeah.
We are hoping so.
Okay.
Because the women who have had breast cancer, I mean, the prevalence for men is very low, but you may be that one person who will get it. You never know.
How do we follow you on social media?
Okay, so on Instagram, it's Iya the Medic. YouTube, Iya the Medic. Twitter is Iya the Medic. And then Facebook is Esther Yesuto Agbozo.
Okay, Iya is EYA, Esther Yesuto Agbozo.
Yes.
Doc, thank you so much. Enjoy the Pinktober. I think we have one more before the month ends.
Next week.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Say hello to your patients.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so like I'm saying, for those of you who would also like to maybe reach out, some people are just shy to show up in the hospital. Just jump on Instagram. You can send me a DM on ER Medical Consult. We would help you. I will listen to your problem, and then we can take it from there.
All right.
Yeah.
And tell them I said hi to them.
And Kafi says hi.
When you meet them. Yeah, thank you so much. So that's what you're up to date with what you need to know about self-breast examinations. Please go to our Facebook, GTV Ghana. The weather may be on strike, but we are not. We're working. And go and listen to the whole video all over again. Jay Gabra, looking all snazzy and suited up in a really funky jacket. He's Jay. The things you should see behind the scenes. He's up with the social media corner. You don't go anywhere. This is GTV Breakfast. We go and talk about Parliament and all the wahala and the brouhaha and whether somebody is independent or not from 7:30. You stick around.
And we're back. It's a social media corner on hashtag GTV Breakfast. You know, these are Ghanaian snacks, and Ghanaian snacks, some of them, they are very, very hard. You know, breaking our jaws this morning so we can speak to you clearly. Hashtag Stop Galamsey Now. My name is Jay Gabra, that GTV boy. Welcome. Yes. So, after such an important conversation, let's move on to what happens when the weather strikes. I'm not talking about thunder. The weather strikes.
Update for today's weather. Good morning, Felicity. How is our weather looking like for today?
Good morning, Valencia. I hope you are doing very well.
I'm doing very well.
Today the weather is on strike. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to give the weather update. We are part of the public workers union, and the strike is ongoing, and we're not able to come up with the forecast for today.
Hello, Valencia. So yes, that's what happens. They are still on strike this morning. The weather didn't come. I heard thunder booming in the skies, but hey, there was no update. So please be careful out there. Maybe perhaps later today I'll go there and bring you a weather report. Yes. So A whole lot is happening in Ghana right now, including the fact that Parliament has been postponed indefinitely by the Speaker after 4 seats were declared vacant. And so yesterday, with all that Buhari going on, and you started making the rounds that the MP for Agona West, Cynthia Morrison, who was running independent, has now rejoined the MPP. And we saw pictures of it online, you know, and stuff like that, and was like, oh, okay, she's gone back, so perhaps now they have the majority again. But she's also come up to clear up those rumors, and she's saying that she has not rescinded her decision to go back. She's still running as an independent. So we'll show you some of the pictures that were making the rounds on social media, so you see it for yourself, and you realize that this is how the rumor mill began. Real and happy. And so, of course, the rumor mill took it to the clear and said, you know what, she's back. So now they have the majority. But later on, she comes in and during interviews, we charged the participant from GH1 where she denies those rumors. Please take a listen. Mm-hmm.
So when the caucus meet, when I got there, so I had few interviews with my colleagues. And we took the, I just radio that I've been offered 50 million to step down. Which is not true. I have not stepped down. Has offered me any money. So I'm surprised people put on social media that I have stepped down and offered step down. It is not true.
So rumors of you no longer being in the race for the 9th Parliament, Cynthia Morrison is confirming that it's never true.
It is not true. My leader said he's putting to media. I don't know which media it is. But it's not true. That was
So rumors of her stepping down are not true. More details on that during the headlines. Now, concerning Parliament again, should I say that majority caucus stepped out, or the MPs, you know, stepped out of the chamber because of the ruling and everything? And when that happened, the majority-minority also decided to take a march around the chambers. And so this is the video which is also viral on social media. I guess we are all involved. Yes, now the member of parliament for Sanarigo, ABA Fuseni, was also in the trends, also speaking about the fact that the Supreme Court's decision doesn't affect what the Speaker has also declared when he said the 4 seats are vacant, so that ruling still stands. And so this is him speaking with GBC Digital.
Is that not Mr. Speaker? The Supreme Court. I take orders from the Supreme Court. Orders from the Speaker, not the Supreme Court. Is it the Supreme Court that conducts affairs on the floor? Which one? Which Supreme Court? I'm saying that is it the Supreme Court that conducts the business of the House? The business of the House is conducted by Mr. Speaker. And as far as you know, Mr. Speaker has not. Mr. Speaker has categorically ruled that we are in the majority and we are there. Do you need a name tag to sit in Parliament? Parliament will not sit by name tags. We sit where we are supposed to sit. I say you are supposed to sit where you are supposed to sit, not name tags. Name tags are not the basis of the sitting in Parliament. Not to see people come and they go and sit. Some even leave their place and go and sit at the other side. So that is not the my brother, I am not going to. Mr. Speaker is coming in shortly. You don't eat your food before the soup is ready. I was waiting for a moment. You don't eat your food before the soup is ready. It's coming. So don't dance yourself lame before the real dance. The real dance is coming on the floor. So you dance on the floor today.
Leaving us with one of his famous quotes. Oh my goodness. Maybe one of these days we'll take the whole week will be dedicated to quotes from him because he drops a number of them every time. Yes. Oh, Ghanaian snacks. Anyway, We know how much we love our Nigerian brothers and sisters. You know, the love between us is very, very deep. It runs so deep, sometimes you think we are beefing amongst themselves. But if other African countries try to come into the middle of us, so to speak, you realize that we'll stop our fight and go and attack them. Yes. So, Ghanaian filmmaker Peter Silvia has a new movie coming out this Christmas. It's called One Night Guest. And he released a promo. But the reaction on social media, Pulse Nigeria, Pulse Ghana, it's like everyone is talking about it, because it has a fusion of both Ghanaian and Nigerian actors. And it was the way the promo was done that intrigued all of us.
Upon a time, there were two giant African rival countries. They decided to come together to make magic, to make the world happy.
Nigeria! Ghana! Oga!
Chale!
Banku ever! Boy. Storm Boy.
ECG!
Niger Jalal! Step back! Wait. Let's talk about it. It's not like that. Back off! Or this one go fill up.
Basu, we dey beg. We are sorry. Open your mouth and receive eternal joy. James, don't eat it. James, don't eat it.
Open your mouth.
Open your mouth. Ready? For the love of eggs and watches, don't eat it. Don't eat it. James, don't eat it.
Yes. Ulala, mama. Your name is Najib Wike.
Guys, something is wrong.
Yawa don't gas.
My God.
Anyway, kudos to the entire team, Peter Silvia and all. One Night Guest coming this December. Now, another video that's trending is the fact that another Nigerian socialite, Jarvis, made some comments when she came to Ghana saying she never saw a Benz. And also, we responded by kind courtesy of Kojo Buji, who released the video, and he's already received a ton of hate on social media. But hey, the love still runs deep. Let's watch this video.
I told you, because when I came, I've not seen Benz and GLK. It's only the Honda. Kia. Which one again? Another car there. The Honda. So Honda. Like Kia. The Benz that I even saw was not benzene at all. It wasn't benzene. Not benzene. I never seen GLK.
That's GLK. Sorry, I never see GLK.
I'm not saying BMW.
You can't even see something. You don't even have to put it in the car.
Nigeria, we're trying.
Let's pretend like there's no Benz in Ghana. But at least when she came, she didn't see any generator around. For the first time in her life, she went a whole day without seeing any generator. It's almost like they don't even exist anymore. You are enjoying life 24/7. I'm not sure you even know where your power bank is.
Look at my face.
Yes. there's more to life than Benz.
You get it?
When you came to Ghana, I saw your life, like all the videos you have done, and I compared it to the one you did in Nigeria.
You don't know.
The difference is very clear.
I'm telling you.
So yes, that's a love, between us and Nigeria. It's just beautiful. It's like Togo and Benin don't exist between us. It's like we are together. We just jump over both countries. Sometimes you forget they are right there, but they are. We just skip over them. It is what it is. Now, we all know there are different rules when it comes to men and women. Yes. And so one person who wants to describe that intricacy is this person.
Now woman picture. If they want advertise cream, better cream, now woman picture. If they want advertise painkiller, now man picture. I mean, I know the observer. Many things like that. Make I shock you now. If they see black soap for man house, now juju. If they see black soap for woman house, now organic. If woman craze, now man use her for juju. If man craze, if man craze, now Yahoo. Sorry. Struggling men are broke men. Struggling women, now strong women, independent women. Man get eczema, pimples, and rashes for body. They say they bath well. If woman get them, now cream reaction. What do we do, sir? Women wey fat for that project, they call me. Man wey dey chop me and call me. Man wey fat get pot belly.
For the day, waiting we do. Then it truly shows that there are different rules when it comes to men and women. But hey, it is what it is. Now, to one person who won Pulse Influencer Art Award at the Pulse Influencer Awards was Eno Art. He's been with us in the studio before to have a conversation, and now he shared this beautiful vista on his social media and is trending all over the place. His painting of the Villaggio.
How far with how far? It's quite a typical. I walk on tippy toes. I'd rather radical than the damn. We know get light, so can't depend on size. Me and my hair like still give it the damn. Bottle of apathy, cripple us happily. Boys get visa and think they be the man. If you my man, 50 grams, then no joke. You get contracts, save me my envelope. Slippery slope to flourish and cook. Baby, they booty with binging on hope. Empty promises sold on a daily. I should join the Navy so I can be wavy. Flesh you worry. Single ain't happy, married ain't either. Risky press walk and catch a breather. Can't even tell the nightmare from the dream. Oh mercy me Nancy, my mercy cream. Slim one thick, the thick on the diet. Poppers noisy, puppets on the quiet. Don't even try it, it would be needless. Charlie man tire so hard on my sleeveless. Flesh you they worry. Nowhere cool.
This Villaggio building is one of the iconic ones in Accra. So having Endo culture like this on his canvas, a sight to behold.
We have a lot of talents in Ghana. And speaking of talents, I want to introduce you to another talented person. Just to show you how deep the talent pool is for Ghana. This one, sometimes you have to balance things in life, okay? And this guy is also showing us his balancing act. So, watch this video.
I just want food. Just send your blessing, come down. Jerry, send your blessing, come down. Just send your blessing, come down. Open to the door, it's a quiet, come down. Me, I just want food. Just send your blessing, come down.
Shame on you, shame on you, shame on you. You thought you fall down. Shame, 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 shame. I told you, I told you the talent pool is deep here in the country. You're telling me you want him to fall. Shame, shame, shame. It's the midweek, it's Wednesday, so who else to set the mood than Akabeneza for us? So we have this nice video we want to share with you so that if you, in case you forget everything we talk about on social media corner, you remember this one. Okay? Enjoy. Yes, so I hear imitation is the best form of flattery, you know, the quote goes something like that. At this point, while I try to remember the quote, this has been the social media corner. Thank you for staying with us. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, the show continues.
Missy Minanano, a group pass up, every bravo, Tibedo Imlenu.
As for me, I take very good care of my grandkids. Ye dear grow, na yes, sir. Do maybe crana, me bano timide, or maybe gumi so weekend. Hey, remember, I don't think I'm a catcher or say, Yano, Medi, garlic capsules. As I stand here, my doctor said my whole system has improved very well. Medi, garlic capsules. Yes, Medi, garlic capsules.
Medimosis garlic capsules improves blood circulation and enhances the body. Suitable for both men and women. Available in pharmacy stores. Contact us on 050-349-4885. Not suitable for children under 12 years, pregnant women and lactating mothers. Medimosis. House. This advert is FDA approved.
Tell a friend and family to test and know their status. Hepatitis is dangerous.
Hello, Mr. Ansah. What brings you in today?
Doctor, I went for a health screening and I was told I am hepatitis C positive. I'm so worried.
Oh, Mr. Ansah, there is nothing to worry about. There is treatment for hepatitis C and treatment is free in Ghana now.
Hey, doctor, are you sure? Does the treatment cure hepatitis C?
Yes, I am very sure. The treatment is very effective. It is taken for just 3 months and is effective 95% of the time.
Wow, that is great news. But can I pass hepatitis C if I hug my children? Or if we eat together?
Not at all. Hepatitis C is not transmitted through food or water or breast milk, or even through casual contact such as hugging, kissing, or sharing food or drinks. Rather, it is spread through blood, like in unsafe circumcision, tribal marking, tattooing, and sharing needles, sometimes from a mother to her baby during delivery. Sexual transmission can occur, but it's uncommon.
Doc, so where can I get this free treatment?
Free treatment is available at all regional and teaching hospitals in Ghana. For further information, you may call or WhatsApp 053-933-5106. Stop hepatitis C. Get tested, get treated, get cured.
Get tested today. Don't hide, don't shy. Get tested today.
Luck is everywhere.
Let's keep. Hey, wait. You gonna put it on his tab. This is my man. Good luck.
We're doing radio. We are star 712. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at home ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved one.
Mommy, mommy who's here?
You're praying for me, right?
Or who else? Buy tickets for others.
Love you, boo boo.
Maybe straight to option 4. Now you need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or preferred tickets. I'm choosing random tickets. Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. Now follow the prompts and prepare. Now the luckiest.
The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. TNCs apply.
The 8th edition of the prestigious Ghana Energy Awards is here. It is happening live on Friday, 25th October at the Labadi Beach Hotel in Accra. Time 6:30 p.m. prompt. Theme: the role of local content in building Ghana's energy sector. Special guest of honor: Osaburi Makosi Atta II, the Oman Hene Ogwa traditional area. For tickets and sponsorship, call 030-3940-300. Industry partners: Media partners: GTV, Unique FM, Radio Ghana. Validation by Forbes Mazas Ghana. Ghana Energy Awards. 8 years of redefining excellence.
Ghana, your beloved country is free forever.
Plenty questions, no answer. How come we dey sell the contracts? Biggie lifestyle, small paper. You make it celebrity, the shuffle for counter. We get eyes but can't see. Bribery and corruption. Our leaders he take it but don't give. So make a ask, Kuma, where you dey? No be you talk say my beloved country is free forever, but still we dey suffer. In Kuma, where you dey? No be you talk say my beloved country is free forever, but your people still dey suffer. Yeah. Wahala dey, where the money go dey. Wahala dey, where the money go dey. Monday morning, Monday suffer, just to eat some bread and butter. Things they spoil, we know they bother. We dey use $4 million just for soccer. Cause big man go taking car. This kind of things I know they back. Them say the year of return, it be like the Westman for colonials. We again before we wise up. Welcome to Ghana. When you see TV, by force you for Roger. The church it and the business center. Sell a sticker to protect me by the preacher getting bouncer. Where them day? Our missing children, where them day? The Takra they girls see where them day? Me, I'm not afraid to say, Kuma, where you day? No be you talk say my beloved country is free forever, but still we dey suffer. In Kuma, where you day? No be you talk say my beloved country is free forever, but your people still dey suffer. Yeah. Wahala dey, where the money go dey. Wahala dey, where the money go dey. Problems after problem. Too many talent, but tell me who go support them. You promise my people one district, 153, but we never see them. Plenty million branding bars, but in the hospital you treat people like trash. ECG or PDS, tell me who I go pay money to before I get in line. You just see the leaders are paid in dollar. Beauty so high, goose they rot for the border. Musician know they getting royalty, they give you money for creative industry, but still we they suffer. Go come and go kill Ghana man. You come to the ghetto, come brag. The youth are tired with the lies and the fake promises, so you come where you there. Maybe you don't see your beloved country is free forever. The people just they cry out, come on where you there. Maybe you don't see my beloved country is free forever. The people just they suffer. Come on where you there. Maybe you don't see my beloved country is free forever. Where are they? Come on where you there. Maybe you don't see my beloved country is free forever. Where the money go, they fuck up at work. And big up every media and journalist working hard to uncover the rots in this country.
You hear say electoral commission
Welcome back. Stop Galam Sena is a clarion call all the time on GTV Breakfast. I am Altiti Saida Sadiq. I was sitting down for a conversation on the Ghana Club 100 3 weeks ago. They were in the studios, so we're partners with them. The show is brought to you by Wake Purified Drinking Water, Medimosis and Virtual Sound. But today, let's see what Club 100 is talking about. The event is coming up, and so this morning, featuring the conversation, we have Mr. Charles Opoku Mensah. He's head PR and communications of GIPC. That's the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Is it correct?
Great.
Send us your questions to him on 055-556-734 if you need any clarification about the Ghana Club 100 event. Mr. Opoku Mensah, welcome back. And what's happening with Club 100 this time around?
Yes, so we're here a couple of weeks ago to announce the extension of the call for entries for corporates to keep filing their documents to be part of the rankings. Thank God, this week we are going to have the event itself, the awards itself. It's happening on the 25th of October, this coming Friday, at the Palms Convention Center, which is found within the La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. Yes, it starts exactly at 6 p.m. and it promises to be a very exciting night.
La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. Why again you rewarding people, companies?
Club 100 was set up in 1998. To predominantly honor excellence performance within our corporate environment.
Right.
So it's a benchmark to evaluate good performance and also to encourage openness within our corporate sector. That is allowing where you allow a third party to come into your business to really evaluate and check how you are doing, what your processes are, and things like that, and then really come out with a verdict on your operations. Usually companies don't allow third parties that much, except maybe it's an auditor or maybe shareholders, going for shareholders meeting, the issue reports. But where companies are allowing and subjecting themselves to some level of scrutiny from third parties, that is quite good. And so when you are going through that process and you come out with or you're able to make it to the rankings, it really shows the level of integrity that a company has, and it opens a lot of doors for corporates who go through this process.
What's a surprise to you from this year comparing it to last year with the rankings?
Yes, this year we introduced a fourth leg for the ranking criteria, and that fourth leg is what we call impact. And for impact, we are looking at impact in terms of your tax contribution, how you are tax compliant, and two, we are looking at impact in terms of how corporates are leveraging technology to advance or to innovate within the dynamic business environment. And then the third is looking at impact in terms of your corporate social responsibility. So how you are affecting or how you are impacting the society in which you are operating, which is very important. And that is carrying about 20% score.
The CSR is carrying 20%,
no, the impact,
or the entire impact part of it?
It's carrying about 20% score to the overall rankings.
Right.
We want to encourage companies, to be good corporate citizens, that is compliant with taxes. We want to encourage companies to leverage technology. The business environment is very dynamic, and for you to continue to exist within the environment, we want to see how you are using technology to innovate and for business sustainability.
And from your findings, has it been easy for companies to adopt technology? Are there a lot more of them going digital now?
Yes, a lot of corporates are leveraging technology to do a lot of things.
Right.
Now, for instance, corporates are in terms of when you are doing payments, corporates are looking at the more option of using digital platforms and things like that, even engaging clients and customers. Corporates are using very innovative ways to reach out and strategically engage clients, throughout the operations. So it's something that corporate Ghana is seriously embracing, and we encourage them for that.
Right. Let's look at the criteria again. Are these private companies, state-owned companies? How is it?
So, for the rankings, we have what we call the eligibility criteria, and then we have the ranking criteria. So the eligibility criteria is, one, you have to be a limited liability company. Two, you have to, if there is government stake in your business, it must not be up to 50%. This is to create a leveling playing field for all the participants, so that it's not as if government is just bankrolling you and you are not really working to generate revenues to run the business, unless you are listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange. Yes, if government stake you have government stake up to 50%, then you must be listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange to give you the pass in. Right. And then also you should be in good standing with all the statutory bodies, so IEGRA, SNIT, and also the regulators within the sector that you operate. You should have, and then also you should be making profit cumulatively over the recent past 3 years. So for 2024, you should be making profits in 2023, 2022, 2021. We take your audited accounts, properly audited
for 3 years.
For 3 years. So when you have checked all these boxes, you go through the eligibility. Then after the eligibility, we now come to the ranking criteria, and companies are ranked on size, profitability, growth, and the fourth leg that I talked about is impact. Yeah.
Right. You're going on tour with your sponsors. Tell us about that.
Yes, one of them should have been here. Yes, but this project will not be possible without the support of sponsors who come in knowing the value that the Club 100 brand brings to the operations. And so we have a tall list of them. I may not be able to mention everybody, but we thank Corporate Ghana. I want to just mention a few. We have the BOG, we have West Coast Gas, we have VFS Global, we have KGL Group, we have B5 Plus, we have Ghana Commercial Bank, we have Federated Commodities, we have Nationwide Medical Insurance, we have Ghana Link, we have Delta Airlines, Advanced Savings and Loans, we have NLA, we have Casa Preco, we have Kivo, Hot Pepper, the Kivo brand. Yes, and the list goes on and on and on. We want to thank all the corporates that have been a part of this. And for our media partners, this year, GTV, or Ghana Broadcasting, has been awesome. You've been awesome. You've come in very strongly to partner this brand, and we are very grateful.
We're covering the event live, I believe.
Yes.
On the date again?
Yes, 25th of October. Just this Friday.
This Friday.
If you say the 25th, it seems as if it's very far.
That's true.
Just this Friday.
Mark it on your weekly calendar on Friday.
And tickets are available.
Right.
So people can purchase tickets.
Tell us where you can get tickets.
Through the USSD code. Star 365 star 2100 hash.
2100
yes,
hash.
Star 365 star 2100 hash.
Right.
And then you can purchase your tickets.
And these are the companies that have been enlisted or put in their.
No, it's also open
everybody.
Yes, it's open to the public. It's a very good gathering, especially for those who are business oriented, those who are looking for strategic businesses. There is a part of the event. The event is divided into 3 parts.
Okay.
So we start with what we call the executive networking cocktail, where corporate CEOs, CFOs are networking among themselves and also networking with government officials and the diplomatic community. We've had very interesting feedback from CEOs that some of them have told us that they made their best deals within the year during that.
Wow.
Yes, so people don't joke with that gathering, and so We encourage people who are looking for business, some strategic alliances and partnerships and networks to make it a point to be part of this year's event.
Looks like a good source of accountability and then growth.
Yes.
For you to be able to network with the right.
So after that, then we go to the main awards, and then we come to the executive celebrations, where we celebrate those who have been able to make it to the 100.
Right. And if you haven't been able to, next year you still stand a chance to be able to get in there.
Yes.
And then get all the details, all the requirements, check no regulatory issues, no tax issues, ensure that your profit margins are looking good.
Yeah.
And then you'll be able to slot in your, nomination or file in to be part of the Ghana Club 100 Awards and events. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Where else can we get information?
You can also check GIPC's website. Okay. Yes, and our social media platforms. We have gone very digital this time, so yes, you find us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube. You'll find us.
So find GIPC everyone's social media on X, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or also even for the tickets for the event, just dial *365 *2100 hash is the short code, *365 *2100 hash, so they can get the tickets, the event tickets to be part. There's going to be the networking, there's going to be the awards, and it's happening on the 25th of October, just this Friday at the Palm Convention Center, La Palm Royal Beach Hotel, and that's the Ghana Club 100. It's a night of celebrating accountability and growth of companies and businesses. I've been speaking to Mr. Charles Opoku-Mensah. He's head PR and communications of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC. I am Altiti Saida Sadiq. My costume is by No Rush Collection. You can find the brand everywhere on social media. We're back with the headlines on GTV Breakfast.
To bring the time to 7:53. Jay, what's up?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm great. Headlines. Here we go.
The Daily Graphic and the big headline: Parliament adjourns indefinitely, government business suffers, MPP MPs to trigger recall.
Okay, so that's the big one. I'm suspecting that all the other papers will have some shade of that. So the Daily Guide: 4 MPs brouhaha, Bagbin suspends Parliament. And yes. So that's
Cynthia Morrison's picture also there.
Yes.
The Daily Dispatch: MPP is committed to ensuring peaceful elections, Napo to Christian Council.
Okay, so that's the big one there for the Daily Dispatch. Next paper coming up this morning: The Chronicle. Bagbin requested for bomb detectors from Army to sweep chamber before yesterday's sitting.
Okay, with the Chronicle, we go with the word of the day.
Yes.
You want to do the
Isaiah 31:11. Woe to the wicked! It will go badly with him, for what he deserves will be done to him. Okay,
this is the word of the Lord.
Thanks be to God. The Informer?
The Informer, it says, no one will survive chaos. Security Dawn warns MPs.
Okay.
Story on page 3 of the Informer.
That's your Informer giving a security angle to it. The National Voice: MPP committed to peace towards election 2024, Napo assures. Okay. Daily Post?
Daily Post: we won't meet MPP with Bibles while they use guns. Hannah Bisu warns.
Okay. All right, Hannah. Daily Analyst: add herbal medicines to NHIS. Professor Atu Duncan tells government. That's the big one there.
And then Parliament also adjourned indefinitely.
Okay.
Yes. The New Finder: help tackle graduate unemployment. Professor Bao urges Ghanaian universities.
Okay, so talking about education, they're moving away from Parliament. And that's our Finder. The Searchlight: no Parliament until further notice. A picture there of the Speaker, Right Honourable Bagbin, adorning the front page of the Searchlight. Okay, so those are the headlines.
Those are the headlines.
Jay,
yes.
I'll see you later.
Have a great conversation.
All right.
Yeah.
Four minutes to 8 o'clock. You're watching GTV Breakfast. My guests are seated: spokesperson for the Ministry of Education, Mr. Kwesi Kwarteng, and sitting next to him is MP for Tamale Central in the Northern Region, Honorable Murtala Mohammed. Gentlemen, you are all welcome.
Comrade Murtala.
Comrade Murtala Mohammed. You are both welcome.
I'm not
Honorable.
Comrade Murtala. You can add the honorable.
Give him honorable.
Comrade is accolade for our friends in NDC. I'm not a comrade. My name is Kwesi Kwarteng. You give the honorable. No. You like that? No, I'm not interested.
Gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the show. Latest headlines we have is that yes, Parliament is suspended indefinitely. Wait, are you surprised by what happened, Kwesi, in Parliament yesterday with the pronouncement of the Speaker suspending Parliament indefinitely over this 4 MPs brouhaha?
Not really. First of all, good morning to you. Good morning to my friend. He actually I referred to him as comrade. An elder brother. Honorable Murtala Mohammed.
Yes.
Well, I'm not very much surprised. I think yesterday, if you had listened to the Speaker when he was on the floor of Parliament, he made references to the fact that in terms of quorum for the purpose of making decision making, Parliament at the time did not constitute such a quorum. And so at no point could they have made, particularly when it comes to significant decisions relating to whether or not they are taking into account the ruling from the Supreme Court. So, clearly it was clear that they did not constitute that forum for the purpose of business of the day. I think in regards to the business of the day, they constituted, but in terms of decision making, they did not constitute the forum. So I expected him to, at the end of the day, postpone or reschedule Parliament as he did yesterday.
Okay. Honorable Mohammed, whose seat were you sitting in yesterday?
Well,
because we saw an invasion of the majority side by the NDC MPs. Whose seat did you take over?
Good morning.
Morning.
And good morning to my brother. He's chopping, so he doesn't even ask of me these days. He used to what? You chop, everybody in this government chops. He doesn't ask of me these days. And good morning to your cherished viewers. Most importantly, the good people of Primary Central. I came to Parliament late. I was in the constituency. I arrived in the morning. By the time I got to Parliament, we had already taken our appropriate and rightful seats, because we constitute majority of members of Parliament in the current Parliament today. And it was proper that the NDC, by convention, there isn't any provision in the Constitution or the standing orders that dictates where you should sit. But the convention is that majority party sits on the right-hand side of the speaker, and the minority sits at the left-hand side of the speaker. And based on events recently, it is very clear that the NDC is the majority, and therefore we needed to sit where we should sit. The speaker indicated that, look, per Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution, we had the numbers to commence business. We have the numbers to transact business in Parliament. But if you look at Article 104 of the same 1992 Constitution, we did not have the numbers to take decisions. And what would be the purpose of us going to sit, debate and discuss issues when we cannot make decisions as far as the constitutional provision is concerned? And that informed the position the Speaker took. And also, if you look at Standing Order 64 of the new Standing Orders, it is in tandem, if you like, with Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution. And that was the reason why the Speaker, in consultation with leadership of the two caucuses, he had to do what he did based on Standing Order 59 of Parliament. So he consulted them, and he felt that, look, because of the transigent position taken by both parties, in this case the NDC majority and the MPP minority, it wasn't going to be practical for us to continue. But mind you, he went into conclave with the leadership of NDC and then the minority MPP. And another thing Markins and his team was that they could only come to sit in the chamber on condition that we move back to where we were seated. And our position is that, as far as we are concerned, and per the decision arrived at by the Speaker, the NDC was the majority. Assuming without admitting that Honorable Bagwin and Parliament were to accept the ruling of the Supreme Court, same ought to be communicated to the people of this country on the floor of Parliament. And until that is done, the ruling of the Speaker is supreme. And let's get this very, very clearly. Until the Speaker comes to Parliament to say that, look, I have gotten communication from the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court directing that we should do ABCD. On the basis of that, the earlier decision I arrived at is no longer tenable. If the Speaker does that, we would have no other option than to go back to sit at where we were.
But what do you make of the allegations that the Speaker has been conferring with your side of the House? And these are allegations from the MPP side.
Which MPP member makes that?
I will get the person for you right now. But these are the comments that there's some kind of machinations going on.
No, but you see, I don't want to sit and make conclusive statements on the basis of a conjecture or whoever says that. If it is made by a leading member of NPP, in this case, either the minority leader, Honorable Afenyo Markins, or any of their leadership, I think that I would give it some respect to respond to it.
Let me give you a quote, direct quote. So this is
from who?
Afenyo Markins.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker is a very smart politician. He has a way he does his political mischief. So he avoided the roll call when he came to do the votes and proceedings. He ran the formal communication from the Chief Justice. If his intent was to have established quorum, then there should have been a roll call, but he avoided the roll call, which is part of our proceedings, if you check the order paper. So those are the comments that he's making. And
I'm not too sure whether
there's a lot of mistrust in the house.
I'm not
right
too
now.
sure whether Afenyo-Markins does read the standing orders. And with regards to what happened some few months ago, the Speaker in his ruling says that if you come to Parliament and you sign and you are within the precinct of Parliament, you are deemed to be in Parliament. I don't think that Afenyo-Markins actually took time to read that. Perhaps he read and didn't have a proper appreciation of what he read. If he does appreciate what he read, and also if he has not forgotten the Speaker's previous ruling on the matter of similar incidences that happened in Parliament, he wouldn't be making such a reckless and irresponsible statement, impugning the integrity of the Speaker. It is important for your viewing public to understand that businesses are transacted in Parliament on the basis of three important instruments. One, the Constitution of Ghana. Two, the standing orders of Parliament. And three, precedents. These are the guiding principles upon which businesses are transacted in Parliament. So any speaker can come to a conclusion on a matter using these three important instruments I have just mentioned. So even if you read the standing orders, the Speaker, ideally you should have that. In fact, not even the standing orders. Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution talks about the fact that you need to have at least, half of the members of Parliament present in sitting to be able to commence business.
So why didn't you, all of you turn up yesterday?
We are there, as far as we are concerned. The NDC, we have 136.
All of you were in the house yesterday?
Everybody.
And you were not? You said you came back later.
I said I came, we asked which seat I took. And I said I was in Tamale. I arrived by the time I got there, they had already taken seats. So I just got one seat and I sat on. I couldn't tell whose seat it was. But I'm saying that based on that same provision in the 1992 Constitution and the fact that we were all there, the NDC members were all there, I find it extremely shocking that a leader of a caucus will make such a reckless and irresponsible statement. You can check the parliamentary answer. You remember on the matter of the e-levy, when we rejected the e-levy and the first deputy speaker convened a meeting and they sat down and changed the decision which was taken when Honorable Bagman was presiding. You know the argument they made? When we argued that they didn't count the number of people who were there, they said they didn't need to count the number of MPs who were there, that they did so based on those who registered.
So is this like a payback?
No, not payback. I'm saying that it tells you that these people don't have principles. They did so, the argument was that they did so based on the number of MPs who had actually written their names today. But you see, don't be surprised, Kafiu. These are people who don't even have a respect for their constitution. When Article 9 of the MPP's constitution states that the moment you decide to contest as an independent member of parliament, you automatically forfeit your membership to the party. Today they are telling us that, oh, that thing is not important. Now they are also telling us that the ruling of the former speaker, a ruling they celebrated, that he had, at the time they never said it. So don't be surprised about some of these statements that are coming from the leadership of the MPP. You see, I want to conclude on this. When the chief comes home with weird haircut, what do you think his subjects will do? They come to pay you. So what the MPP members of parliament are doing, they got it from the Flagstaff House. But that is where the chief who comes home with weird haircut. So what they are doing is to pay you. I don't know what my good friend the barber he doesn't seem to have a lot of hair. But Afenyo-Markins and Co, they are coming with topeju. And topeju, you need to have some hair on your head. But you don't even have any hair. That's why I can't have topeju. That's why I can't have topeju. Mr. Harry.
What's going on? I mean, your leader, Mr. Afenyo-Markins, says they're going to trigger a recall. Yesterday there was some confusion as to whether the Honorable Morrison and the Sudan MP had rescinded their decision to go independent. We now hear that they still want to be independent. What is going on in your camp?
Well, Kafi, I think for me is a mixture of a bit of politics and law. But even before I go into, let's say, the substantive matter, which has to do with the legalities of the matter, I want to take a quick bite on the leadership approach that Mr. Babin, Speaker, used, particularly in handling this matter. I mean, this is my opinion, and I've always maintained that it is not necessarily the position of my party. And as a reasonable Ghanaian, I am of the view that even in the demonstration of leadership, sometimes a little bit of wisdom and modesty must be applied. In the sense that you have barely just 3 weeks, if I'm right, for Parliament to go on recess. And you'll be very surprised why a leader would take such a decision that almost turned the whole country into chaos. Because, I mean, yesterday we all witnessed the tension that was at the floor of Parliament. To the extent that at our level, we may be able to appreciate it. Because maybe Kafui, your level of appreciation of issues may be different. I mean, his own may be a bit higher, and our level may be able to appreciate it. But if you look at the cascading effect of the tension that Mr. Babin created for us on the people of Ghana, particularly when we have some few days, few months to elections, I think it's even barely less than 10 months.
How was the tension expressed in the House?
I feel that...
Was it tense in the House?
When we have Parliament come to a standstill, to the extent that members of Parliament were even fighting over chairs. I mean, yesterday I was listening to commentaries around. We had party supporters from both sides who were even took. Can I? No, can I? Let me flow. Yesterday, I mean, we were not the only person who was observing. We remember what Dr. Keke Sapon said. He said, the football, if you know how to play, you also know how to watch. You were not the only observer there. We all saw it.
The pictures we saw was just MPP supporters. So.
NDC wasn't there.
When you see Ghanaians there, you are able to see whether they are MPP and
they were wearing blue, white, and red.
It doesn't change anything.
That's why they appear to be MPP because they were wearing blue, white, and red.
You see, Kafui, the most important thing is that
and they massed up outside conference center.
Kafui, at the end of the
pictures
day,
were here.
No, at the end of the day, granted without being admitting.
Not granted, that's a fact. Don't give.
Are you?
No.
Only allow me to make my presentation, because when you were talking, I could also point a lot of the inconsistencies that you brought out.
Point them out.
I think you need to at least tell him to be fair to me. Other than that, if he starts on that note,
please give me a Dagbani proverb that can end this.
I mean, we are having a very.
You are my brother.
No, we are having a very.
Proceed.
We are having a very.
I said stop talking and proceed.
Honorable MP, you stop talking for me.
No, you're my brother.
Yeah, we are all brothers.
Go ahead. You deliberately create systems and artificial barriers to stop my flow. Then you patronize me with brotherhood. It's okay. I accept the brotherhood. You keep quiet. Now let me speak. I'm saying that whichever way, this whole ruling was not necessary even in the first place. I mean, yesterday I was listening to the deputy minority chief whip, and I refer to them as minority because as of now they are still minority. And I mean, a question was posed to her why that ruling and what they stand to gain from it as a party. And their argument or their case that they presented was that at the end of the day, they need the majority status to be able to reverse betting tax. They need the majority status to be able to stop galamsey. They need it to be able to reverse e-levy. And I had posed a question: why are they afraid that they are going to lose the election? Because 7th December is just at the corner. So if indeed you need such a mandate from the people, why don't you just wait on the 7th? I'm not going to give you my pen. Stop the interruption. If you indeed believe that on the 7th of December, you are very confident that you are going to win the election, why would you put the whole country into this state of anarchy? But you see, there is one most important point that we are all missing. And the point is that if you look at the suit that was filed by Mr. Afenyo Marcus in the Supreme Court, there was also some consequential relief that Mr. Marcus was looking for. And that relief obviously had to do with an injunction or, for the, lack of better words, the stay of execution. If you recall, one of the arguments that was advanced on the floor of, in the court, that all of us, we've not advanced our mind to, has to do with the principle of natural justice. And for us, as a party, that is our case. Of course, I get the attempt to compare our case or this particular case to that of Mr. Isiama. But you see, in the case of Mr. Isiama, even the letter that the party wrote to the Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Isiama was copied. So essentially, we're giving an opportunity to be heard. But if you look at this particular instance, all the 4 MPs at no point were they given the opportunity to be heard. And that has been the thrust of our case. It was this morning I was reading the Supreme Court ruling. And the Supreme Court was of the view that so far as these members of Parliament were not given an opportunity to be heard, of whatever allegation that has been leveled against them, whether or not is valid in terms of the allegations of cross-carpeting, the Supreme Court was of the view that the principle of natural justice was breached. And so far as the principle of natural justice was breached, to the extent that it was breached, all decisions that were made by the Speaker of Parliament, it was void. Of course, if you look at the principle of natural justice, it has been the most important principle in law. And I mean, it's tried law that until you hear somebody, when you accuse a person of having committed anything, whether good or bad, until you give opportunity for the person to be heard, at no point will any decision or consequential decision that you make after will it be valid. So the principle is that until you give opportunity for these members of parliament, I mean, I think there were 4, one to whom Morrison, yes, Aguna West, I think one of them also was even a member of the NDC. Until parliament gives them an opportunity that, look, there has been allegation of cross-capital against you. Until you give them opportunity to be heard with regards to that matter, giving them opportunity to also give their side of the story, every other determination that you make will be void.
So what is the status of those 2 MPs from your side, Sohum and Agona West? Right now, are they MPP MPs?
Why not? I think if you read, for instance, Article 97(1)(g)(h), for instance, if you look at it in a very critical perspective, you realize that timing is very key. So the timing of the alleged cross-carpeting is very key, because if you look at the whole, concept of cross-carpeting, you have to interpret it purposively. There is a purposive approach of interpretation, and even ask yourself in the first place, what even occasioned that law even in the first place? Because if you look at the intent of the framers of the law, at the end of the day, they projected and realized that there has been moments where people cross-carpeted, and on that basis they felt like there have to be a legislation to be able to stop that. So the intent and purpose of the framers of that particular law, you have to take it into account and realize that in the case of, for instance, this particular moment, timing is very key. But look, Kafri, the most important fundamental point that I'm making is that the principle of natural justice, which requires that you give fair hearing. You keep interjecting, but you see, I'm going to refer you to the. I'm coming. I'm going to refer you to the Supreme Court case with your push and everything. Let me.
You are interjecting now.
You said I haven't interjected.
Yes, but now by saying you have not interjected, you are interjected. Yes,
Kafri, you see, the point I'm making is that if you read the Supreme Court case of Republic and High Court's ex parte Mensa, the Supreme Court was of the view that failure to grant a party an opportunity to be heard is a breach of natural justice. And the argument that I'm making is that as soon as you breach natural justice, any order that you have made is void. So it doesn't matter, whether or not the what Parliament said or what the Speaker said is valid or not. The most important thing is that as soon as he didn't give these 4 MPs who are in question an opportunity to be heard, any order that the Speaker made was a violation of the whole principle of natural justice.
I don't understand why the Honourable Cynthia Morrison has issued a statement debunking false media reports that she has not rescinded the decision to contest as an independent candidate, because from her own words, she's still contesting as an independent candidate, which means then she cannot be a member of your party, can she?
I'm not sure that is a point I advance, or are you asking a different question? Because I think I
want to know the status. That's it, because that's why we're here.
Whether or not she's still a member of the party.
Yes,
she still remains a member of the party. On what basis will you say that?
Even though she's going to be running as an independent candidate?
She's not running as an independent candidate. I think she's even withdrawn from that yesterday, if you recall.
No, but then a statement has come. It has come to her.
She's not withdrawn.
No, she has not withdrawn. It has come to our attention that some media outlets have published misleading reports suggesting that the Honourable Member of Parliament for Agona West has rescinded their decision to contest. We need to categorically state that these reports are false and do not reflect the Honourable MP's current position or intentions. She remains committed to serving the constituents. She has made no such announcement retracting her decision to run independently, urging the media and general public to disregard these baseless claims. Remains focused on championing the needs and aspirations. Probably we'll call her, speak to her direct, so we can hear exactly from her. Issued by office.
So what is your point?
Yeah.
What is your point?
I want to know what her status is with your party. That's all.
As of now, there has not been any determination otherwise as he forfeiting her membership.
So in your mind, you still have a majority? In the mind of the NPP?
I'm not sure it has to do with my mind. It's the position of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court had made a determination on it. And if you read the case of Espati Kodia, the determination of the court with regards to Espati Kodia, the court said that no matter how void even a ruling may be, how void you may even perceive it, you either take steps to set it aside or you comply by it. As of now, the position of the Supreme Court is that the Speaker's decision or ruling on the 17th of October should be stayed. And of course, I mean, if you want to apply what the Supreme Court said, particularly with, I mean, the suit that we filed, essentially it's just causing a reversal. So at the end of the day, what we may have to do is probably even recall Parliament to implement the orders of the Supreme Court.
In your opinion, is the Speaker attempting to dribble the Supreme Court by suspending Parliament indefinitely so that he doesn't have to go with their rule?
Well, I refer you to the provisions of the Constitution in Article 2.4. You see, in Article 2.4, failure to obey or carry out the terms of an order or direction made or given under Clause 2 of this article constitutes a high crime under this Constitution. And so even in the case of President or the Vice President, even the penalty is even higher, constitute a ground for removal from office under this Constitution. So
break it down for my people.
What essentially Article 2.4 of this Constitution is essentially saying is that you, as a speaker or as any individual, you are bound by the decision of the Supreme Court, and if you don't go by it, it constitutes basis of a criminal offense. So, in fact, the speaker has no option. Just that, I mean, he's just playing the usual politics, of course, hiding an umbrella of quorum, which we may understand. Because at the end of the day, if you listen to the speaker carefully yesterday, he made reference to the Supreme Court decision, but of course failed to comment on it, and then use a very creative and wise approach by hiding under the umbrella that they are unable to constitute forum, which in any event was valid, because in terms of quorum for decision making, whether or not they are adopting the Supreme Court decision or not, I mean, indeed they did not constitute. But emphasis has to be made that when a court make a decision, no matter how void that the decision may look or may be, you either take steps to set aside or you comply by it. So it is not within the Speaker's prerogative to make a determination whether or not he will abide by the Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court decision is that the Speaker's determination or ruling that he made on that very fateful 17th of October should be reversed. And that is the position of the law now. So I'm not sure the Speaker has options, whether creatively, whether smartly, to be able to say that he is not going to abide by the Supreme Court decision, because that will have amounted to contempt of them.
And before I bring in Honorable Mutala, Mr. Honorable Akoni Markin says he's going to trigger moves to have Parliament recalled. Well, how can he do that?
I think that will be based on the parliamentary procedure, because if we look at yesterday, the ruling of the Speaker was like, Parliament has been adjourned Senadai. Senadai could be tomorrow in terms of the recall of Parliament, could be the next day, it could even be a month or it could even be 2 months. But at the end of the day, I think the parliamentary procedures gives that prerogative to the leadership of even the parties to be able to recall back Parliament. Of course, the recalling of the Parliament will then give opportunity for the MPP majority side to inform the Speaker about the new position. Of course, until you read this, I am aware that Cynthia Morrison has pulled out, and I think there's also the guy Sumom too has pulled out. Of course, if we bring this to the notice of the Speaker on the floor of Parliament, the Speaker then will have to vacate his earlier decision or ruling with respect to either these two MPs who, I mean, in the media reports have been said to have rescinded their decision in terms of going for the independent candidates, or even in terms of implementation of the Supreme Court decision.
Okay, briefly, what is the impact of this decision of suspending Parliament on the business that Ministry of Education has to perform? Is that affecting you?
I mean, I think the question has to be answered in terms of the overall motive of the NDC, particularly with regards to
the effect on business. What's the effect?
Yes. At the end of the day, if you look at the overall motive, it was just to crumple government activities and government business.
Are you in their minds, though? Wow. I wanted the effect on your specific ministry.
If you want to be the majority artificially, particularly if you want to be the majority artificially, by creating systems and hiding under parliamentary orders, which even in the first place, the parliamentary orders are even subservient to the constitution, because the constitution at every point is supreme to the parliamentary orders, and then create an artificial system where you pride yourself with majority. I mean, what will be the purpose of that majority? So that in terms of budget appropriation, you will not pass it. In terms of all bills, you will not pass it. In terms of frustrating government business, I mean, that was the essence of what they were doing.
Okay.
So definitely, it was going to have an impact and bring the whole government machinery apparatus down. That was the whole motive of what they did. It was more political than legal as being.
Let me get a quick comment from Honorable Mutala before my quick might be different from your quick.
I want you
can't heckle me too.
No, you gave him about 15 minutes.
Honorable. I'm trying. It's not 15 minutes. I know when we started. I just want to make this point. So the Vice President says the NDC has the shortest living parliamentary majority in history, and you cannot manufacture a majority in Parliament, go to the polling station and win it.
Who said
what Vice President?
Who takes this man serious in this country?
I'm giving you a quote. I'm not making a comment on.
That's very disrespectful. No, that's very disrespectful.
Please respond to the quote I gave you.
He nearly cried when he felt I was interjecting.
So let me interject and laugh, so if that's the logic.
He nearly cried when he felt I was interjecting. So please, I don't want you to cry again.
You proceed.
Who takes this man serious? He's a pathological liar.
The point is, hold on. Get your majority when you go to the polls.
Please,
you have 45 days.
You gave him 15 minutes.
You are not a
So it is proper. You give me 15 minutes.
I didn't give him 15 minutes.
How many minutes did you give him?
No, well, that's not the point. I know what to end. You make your point.
So I'm saying,
make your point.
I won't waste my time on Dr. Baumia. Everybody knows who he is. He is not a respecter of truth. He's been lying. Look at the DRIP program when he came and lied.
We are going out of the bounds of our conversation. Let's focus on the foreign.
No, you raised the issue. You brought his issue.
Yes. He says, hold on. Get your majority in the polls.
No, he didn't even stop there. He take a swab at the majority NDC in Parliament. So I need to appropriately give him an appropriate response. And I'm giving you evidences why I think that the people of this country should not take him serious. On the DRIP program, when even the Common Finance Secretary Natoshi made a statement and indicated clearly that Parliament indeed brought about the issue, the Deputy Minister, you are this Vice President, who went and said that Parliament had nothing to do with it. Again, paperlessness.
Let's get back.
What is the correlation with this topic? What is the correlation? If you want to bring history of life, you can do it. If you want to bring history of life, you can do it. I won't even go beyond the education sector.
I didn't talk about DRIP.
But you brought his issue.
The point I was making was that some people are thinking, why are you so fixated about sitting on the
majority side? You are against VSHS today. You said you brought
win an election and then sit on the majority side.
Answering your question.
But you are deviating, sir.
I'm saying that the one who made that statement has no credibility.
You are talking about credibility.
And no one should give him attention. Enough of him. I won't waste my time on him.
Okay, so now let's come back. Let's leave him out and let's continue.
I think that is a classical case of if a government is that more paper. My brother went and read provisions of the Constitution. He prepared for a gamma lizard. He prepared for a gamma lizard, went into an exam room. They didn't bring a gamma lizard, they brought crocodile. And he said, if a gamma lizard, more paper. That is precisely what he did. Let me be very clear. And I maybe perhaps I need to take him through some education. I would want him to read around the theories propounded by the likes of John Locke, Professor Montesquieu, and co. On the principle of separation of powers, checks and balances. The three arms of government, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, none is supposed to have power than the other. And if you care to know, in a democracy, the legislature is more important than the judiciary. If you do not know,
this is a betrayal.
Can I finish?
You said one is supposed to get power than the other.
You are not listening. You'll be a very bad, terrible student. I'm saying that just listen. I'm saying that the three arms, maybe perhaps need a read around. The likes of Professor Montesquieu and John Locke and co., when they propounded those theories of separation of powers, checks and balances, the principle simply means that you should give power to each of the arms equally, such that you won't have power tilting towards one arm at the disadvantage of the others.
Is that what you think is happening?
Hold on. Hold on. And I say, in a democracy, what is even more important is legislature, not judicial. And I'll give you the example. Maybe perhaps you take a lot of lessons this morning. You can have a government without parliament.
But you cannot have democracy without parliament. A military dictatorship is still government. In a military dictatorship, you have the executive operating fully, you have the judiciary operating fully, but you won't have parliament. And that is why when there is a military takeover, the first institution they attack is the legislature. One, the Supreme Court has an exclusive jurisdiction for the purposes of interpretations of law. The Supreme Court cannot determine to Parliament how we discharge our responsibilities, get this education properly. What the Supreme Court did in this matter had nothing to do with interpretation of the legality or otherwise of the action of Speaker Bagman. The Supreme Court. Hold on.
Very well. Since you want to reduce this to education class and make it more academic and take that very wood poster, we are all going to do same. Please. No, you see, you keep maligning me. No, academically, you want to educate me. We are going to do same. Since you've taken that poster, and it's going to be worse.
Welcome to the flow of education.
No, it's going to be worse. You finish your presentation. Since you want to go take that wood poster, you educating me.
Oh, can I finish?
That's very disrespectful.
Why?
You proceed.
When you say you want to educate me in the area of
you see, I've met him on so many platforms.
Please.
He starts as though he's presenting a very genuine case.
Take water.
Then he starts his bullying approach and feels that he can have his way. I am telling you and reminding you that today we end here. The approach that you've taken, that is how I'm also going to respond in the equal measure. After you finish educating me, please take note, I'm also going to educate you. You are making references to constitution. Are you aware that in the case of Ghana, let me make reference to Article 93.
You even allow me to
let me refer to Article 93 so that we get to know. No, I'm coming so that we get to know that you are misinforming the people.
Can I take a little? Let's take a little break. Get someone on the.
Subject to the provision of this constitution. You sit here and talk about educating.
We are not taking a break.
You sit here and talk about educating.
Gentlemen.
Subject to the provision. No, I took a very mad approach, gave you the seniority, and you feel that you can take it for granted. I gave you the seniority, you think you can take it for granted. Because of what? Educating me. Subject to the provisions of this constitution.
Mr. Martin.
The legislative power of Ghana shall be vested in Parliament, shall be exercised in accordance with this constitution. We are parties constitutional supremacy, not parliamentary supremacy.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Let me just get on the line.
Let's keep educating ourselves.
Let me just get on the line. Let me get on the line.
The point you have made is even more disastrous. You shouldn't have even made that statement.
Okay.
Nobody is saying that.
When you lay a claim that Parliament's work is more important to others, particularly when you are using premises of separation of powers.
Messrs. Kwating and Mohammed.
Use the bullying approach.
Messrs. Kwating and Mohammed, respectfully, thank you.
Don't mention my name.
He is no. If you sit here and want us to be dishonest, we can play the same. If you want us to listen to party politics, you can do the same.
What you have just said, it makes your case more worse. I have never said, and those who are working, your party will be disappointed in you this morning. I have never said that Parliament is supreme over the judiciary.
You said Parliament is more important.
You be a terrible student. What I have said, I said that the theories propounded by the likes of John Locke, Professor Montesquieu and co on the principle of separation of powers, checks and balances is to ensure that each of the three arms have equal powers. But what I said in a democracy, listen to me carefully. In a democracy, Parliament is more important. You know why I said that? And I have given you vivid reasons. In a military dictatorship, listen to me, please.
Please. When you lay a foundation, you don't decouple one of your statements from the foundation.
I haven't decoupled.
No, when you lay a foundation, and set a context, you don't decouple one of your conversations.
Listen to me. When you were talking, you see, when I interjected a little, you nearly cried. Allow me to make my point. You have the opportunity to respond.
No, but when you consistently disrespect me, and make it look like you are educating me.
Of course I am.
Educating me in what? In what?
You see,
in what? What do you know? That I don't know. What do you know? That I don't know. Educating me in what?
Who has been
educating me in what?
Very patiently for you. Allow me to speak to the person on the phone.
You can come and respond. I don't have any problem at all.
I'm reminding you that I've taken a different position in a different position.
Okay.
That your approach, I'm going to match you. If you want to make it the usual party politicking, we'll do worse.
I'm educating you.
You're educating me. Do what you know to educate me. I'm not your friend Paul. What's that right now? And we'll take a few minutes to speak with him. I'm not your good morning, Mr. Frimpong. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
It's silly to be sitting down talking about your level of.
No, you talk about the dichotomy between your right.
I'm saying that I'm educating you.
You are educating in what?
No, it has nothing to do with. Listen.
In what? Yeah. You can't because there's someone on the line who is waiting patiently. And I'll come back to you. We have time. I am being fair. Mr. Frimpong, good morning. Welcome to the show. I'm fair to you.
I listened to him.
You will get the time. There's enough time.
He was, in fact,
we end at 9. Don't worry.
Make my point anyway.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
You always meet your panel. And I'll give you a point of education.
Anochi, good morning. Welcome to the show.
You need more. You need higher.
Mr. Anochi Frimpong, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, we're having a conversation on the fallout from this adjournment, the indefinite adjournment of Parliament by the Speaker. The graphic reported as government business suffers. MPP MPs to trigger recall. It's a stalemate in Parliament. Speaker adjourns sitting sine die. Cites lack of quorum. Exigencies of state affairs in Parliament. What's your interpretation of what has happened and what the likely consequences will be? And we're going to try and get some quiet from the panelists here while we hear you. Thank you so much, Messrs. Mohammed and Kwati. Mr. Frimpong, go ahead.
Okay. Now, if we would do a recap, we had the Speaker of Parliament starting from the position that he had been served, and that was on Monday, with some processes from the Supreme Court. Explicitly, he didn't mention that it was this day of execution process, but he said that it was some processes from the Supreme Court. And then two, he had conferences or something like that from a lot of people. That means many members of the general public had spoken to him. And then three, as a result of public interest, he would want to adjourn proceedings sine die. Now, you would realize that this man never mentioned the fact that there was a suit before the Supreme Court. Two, there was a stay of execution. And then three, if he would proceed with those affected MPs, with them in the House, it would ultimately, or it could ultimately turn out to be a breach of the law because there was a stay of execution. Now, without them, you could do business all right because it was without them. What about in the final analysis, if the Supreme Court decides that whatever Biden said on Thursday was null and void and they should be admitted to the House? That means you have infringed their rights. You didn't allow them to participate in parliamentary proceedings. And when you allow them, as I've already said, and it turns out that the Supreme Court upholds what Biden has said, it means now you are going back to nullify their vote or whatever they did on the floor of Parliament within that period. As a result, it will only be proper to adjourn proceedings until such time that the Supreme Court has spoken. Unfortunately, Mr. Babi didn't make any reference to the Supreme Court stay of execution, but reference to Parliament's own procedures and standing orders together with Article 104, which is to the effect that no decision can be taken when members fall below House. And then he pointed to the fact that as we sit here, you know that it does not, we do not have, we are short-handed, if I should put it that way, and then adjourn proceedings. Now, obviously, and so conspicuously, what people saw yesterday was that members of the NDC took their seats at the majority place. And I was expecting the Speaker of Parliament to comment on that. Perhaps if he had asked them to resume their seats at their usual place, definitely it would have been an indirect invitation to the NPP to resume their seats at their usual place too. That would have meant that the man was giving credence to what the Supreme Court said, but acknowledging them whilst they were sitting at, in court, the wrong place, shows that Babin was never ready, never prepared to give any respect whatsoever to whatever the Supreme Court had said earlier. And I believe that is the debate for politicians. For me, I believe that he was not actually given respect to the whole concept of what we call a separation of powers. Yes, in separation of powers, we have an addendum called checks and balances. And I overheard you hosting some very fine gentlemen arguing about the whole concept of separation of powers. What I believe Parliament should know is that we don't have any concept called parliamentary independence, just as we don't have executive independence. But we have judicial independence. That is what we have. As a result, whatever the judges say, no matter how bitter, you would have to accept that, because that is the arm of government giving power and authority to interpret the law. It could be that the interpretation of the law today may not be the best. At the end of it all, it affects them too. And then it could be that under Ghana's constitution, so badly, and I repeat, so badly, it is the president who has that upper hand in the appointment of all the Supreme Court judges. Don't worry about the involvement of the judicial service and the Council of State. Go to the Constitution and you will see that the composition of the Council of State and even their appointment to that place, by and large, is the handiwork of the president. So in Ghana, all the Superior Court judges, starting from the Court of Appeal up to the Supreme Court, is actually the full work, the architecture of the president. When you handle it from that angle, then Babin too would begin to contest it implicitly, to the effect that if you, the Chief Justice sitting there, you are appointed by the president and you are doing the work of the president's party, I will also teach you that I have no respect for whatever you say. But you cannot say that two evils can be one good. At the end of it all, the Chief Justice did not appoint herself. It was through constitutional process that she went to that house or the court. The Superior Court judges did not appoint themselves. And when they get there, they are no more politicians or ordinary judges. They are members of the judiciary. So I believe that yesterday, Mr. Babin should have given them some credence by just acknowledging correctly the process from the Supreme Court and then tell them the legal ramifications if they should ever proceed to do business with or without the four affected parties or members as a result of which the Supreme Court has made its decision. That is all. So that's my observation that Mr. Babin didn't respect the concept of the separation of powers. Because today, if it turns out that members of the MP call him to tell him that we are ready to do business, so reconvene Parliament, is Mr. Babin going to do that? And when he does that, does he think it is going to bring peace when in a situation whereby the Supreme Court has not made any pronouncement on its own decision, and I mean the final judgment? So I believe that yesterday he should have given credit to the Supreme Court and then explicitly stated that we are going to adjourn proceedings until such time that the apex court of the land has spoken. He did not say that. That's my only worry. But where I commend him greatly is the fact that at the end of it all, he did not do business and he made them go home. In order that ultimately, based on the same public interest that we respect so much, we will continue to do business only after judgment has been given in the matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frimpong, for your thoughts on this particular issue of the 4 MPs and the impasse in Parliament based on what happened last week when the Speaker basically made that ruling and has brought us to this point in our Life as a country, you're watching GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafui Day. My guest, Kwesi Kwarteng, spokesperson for the Ministry of Education, and he says I should call him Comrade. So, no, him. Comrade Mutala Mohammed, who is Tamale Central MP. We have messages, and then I'll come back to you. Quick messages, couple of messages. Let's see what people are thinking about. Mark Titi, go ahead.
King Kasa, thank you for throwing the ball to me. Our viewers are joining in on the conversation on the Parliament issue. Send us your thoughts and comments on 055-556-1034. Co-Mensa from Pillar 2, Domin says, NDC party Azan Kwan, let's say no to them. Special greetings to, well, he's greeting some politicians. The ruling MPP, this one says, and that's Kusi caucus in Parliament, deserves tons of praises for their accommodating and tolerance posture. Indeed, the MPP caucus demonstrated high sense of democratic tenets rather than stratocratic tenets exhibited by the opposition NDC. Undeniably, arguably, the MPP has proven the MPP is a party worthy to vote for. Dr. Digitalization, Clean Hands, Dr. Baumia, the ordained next president. He goes on and on with that one. This viewer joins in to say, good morning to you. The advancement and development of foreign advanced economies are often attributed to the contributions of entrepreneurs and the government support for infant industries. Well, I don't think this is in line with what we're talking about, but thank you for your message. I believe, AB says, I believe this is a test on our democracy and it must be looked at carefully because it can have bad effects on our peace and security as we gear up to the elections. Kindly ask Mr. Kwarteng when the GES plans to release appointment letters for recent university graduates who have applied. This is from me, a graduate who now sells yogurt at La Paz. King Kaf, would you like your guest to respond to the questions about that?
Do you have a question?
Mr. Kwarteng.
Yes, Mr. The other one is just MPP propaganda.
Yes, but this is about
what I can only say is that
appointment letters for teachers.
What I can only say is that in the Fourth Republic, it was only the MPP that brought military into the chamber.
To protect you? To protect MPs?
No, please. On the day the speaker was elected.
To protect MPs.
He brought military. You see, I thought he believes in the constitution and he believes in the rule of law. The military has no business in coming into the chamber. But you see, the other gentleman who says that, oh, the MPP is a godsend, I can understand. Maybe perhaps he's not feeling what you and I feel. Some of us are doing 1 square meal a day. You can't even call it this. Kweku Kwarteng and Co. They are doing about 10 square meals. So you can see that exponentially their sizes have actually increased. So people who send such messages, it's understandable. It is.
You wrap up and let me proceed. All right.
Okay. Mr. Kwarteng on the teachers, so we'll come back to you. Well, good morning, Catherine, panelists. Please kindly on the teachers. Okay.
Yes, so with regards to the teachers, we have the recruitment of, initially they were those within the College of Education. As of now, there is no backlog. We've cleared all the backlog. When it comes to those who, can I stop this? When it comes to those who are in the traditional universities, you are aware that, government necessarily is not bound in terms of their recruitment. What the government is bound has to do with those within the College of Education, which as of now, up to date, we've done the recruitment. There are situations where government may also need more teachers, so we fall on the traditional universities, particularly those who have written the licensure. I am aware of such a process, and hopefully next month that recruitment process should be able to terminate.
All right, one more.
Your question is answered, and hopefully next month. Good morning, Kafe, your panelists. Please kindly advise Honorable Mutala to stop interjecting and heckling. When he was speaking, Mr. Kwarteng was quiet. My layman's mind is that filing as an independent candidate in 2025 does not deprive one from his or her previous position which brought him or her to Parliament.
All right.
The last one, King Kaf, we don't have majority in Ghana's Parliament. We have 137 NDC versus 137 MPP with 1 independent. It took the same speaker to name one side majority caucus because the independent member decided to do business with the MPP. No party has a clear majority. These people should allow us to think about our water bodies. We should be talking about Galamsey now. but see what they have diverted our attention to. Hashtag Stop Galamsey Now.
Thank you so much, Titi, with the messages. I'm going to be very brutal with the time now. So I'm putting my timer on. Yes, he was wrapping up.
He was wrapping up.
So yeah, you have 3 minutes. Let's talk.
I would want you to tell him if he has any point to make, he should behave like I did. When I finish, you can give my pen. So you can have your pen. First and foremost, I never said, and let me say this, that one hand is more important. What I have said is that I said in a democracy, what is even significant and important is the legislature. And I have given reasons. You can have a government without parliament, but you cannot have democracy without parliament. Whether parliamentary democracy or an executive or the hybrid system we practice here, parliament is sine qua non to democratic governance. So to the extent that the Supreme Court has exclusive jurisdiction for the purposes of interpretations of law, what the Supreme Court did in this matter was not interpreting law. But let me make certain points very clear, which will shock him. Do you know, on Thursday, before even the Speaker gave his verdict on the matter of the 4 affected MP, Afenyo had already gone to court on Wednesday. And Afenyo was seeking to present, to serve the Speaker on the floor of Parliament with the writ. Since when has Afenyo Markins become a bailiff of a court? And your people were there when the Speaker said that we even have an arrangement with the Chief Justice as to how and when members of Parliament, including the Speaker, should be served. And that the understanding was that on Monday you do not do that. So it's like I'm having an argument with him, and I suspect that he may slap me. Then I quickly go to court seeking what? An assault. That's what happened. That's one. 2, another shocking. Do you know Parliament? And your reporter here can corroborate or otherwise what I'm going to say. The vote and proceedings of happenings in Parliament is always looked at, approved in the subsequent sitting. So until approval of vote and proceedings, it can never under any circumstance be deemed to be an official position of Parliament. Afenyo Markins went to court on what happened on Thursday, when in actual fact it was not approved. You remember on Friday we didn't sit. Do you know Parliament approved the vote and proceedings of Thursday yesterday? And in the approval, a lot of corrections were done. And that is why when you are voting, when you are approving the vote and proceedings, the Speaker say page 1. So if you have any concerns, so after that, then we all agree that it should be approved when no one has any question or objection as far as the vote and proceedings are concerned. That is when the Speaker will say approve. It has now become an official document of Parliament. Afenyo Markins went to court with a fact that was not an official document of Parliament. He deceived the judiciary into taking the decision. My shocker is that the judiciary couldn't even do due diligence. So if he is talking about legality or otherwise, what they did ab initio was wrong. He went to court with evidence that was not an official position of Parliament. So he should comment about that. And in any case, my last point. Now he's talking about natural justice. He should read it once again. And when I tell him that I'll take him through classes, he gets angry. Why? The natural justice must be demanded by the affected person. Now he says that, oh, this case, that person is affected. Why? In any case, one of the affected MPs, she didn't only issue a statement. She granted an interview and said that it is not true that she is not contesting.
So we're done. We have your 4 minutes. Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can see 359.04 if you want evidence. Document.
No, that's fine. Right. You gave him more time.
I'm going to give him 4 minutes as well. All right.
Then
I'll come back to you.
No, but you gave him a lot of time.
Let's go.
When it was my turn.
Let's go. I gave you 2 minutes and I gave you 4. Let's go. Let's go.
It is important to highlight.
Yeah, let's go.
That this is his 3rd submission, so I don't know where my 4 minutes for. Whether it's for my 2nd submission or I have the opportunity to submit again. Maybe you may have to clarify that after I use these 4 minutes. First of all, let me tell my poor teacher who is attempting to school me.
Because you're a terrible student.
Go ahead, Mr.
Let's go.
Go ahead. Please don't interject. I beg you.
First of all, let us understand things in the right perspective. You see, there was a substantive suit filed by Mr. Afenyo Markins. That substantive suit was invoking the Supreme Court's jurisdiction in the matter of interpretation. The substantive suit has not been held to the extent that the court has not made a determination on whether what Mr. Babin did was a question of interpretation or not. So when he sits here, my teacher, who is attempting to know everything, and said that the Supreme Court engaged in interpretation of law, I want to remember.
I never said that.
Please continue.
I never said that.
Please.
Teacher, be a responsible teacher, at least.
Go ahead.
When you say something and your students disagree with you, give them the opportunity
to. Time is going.
Right from today,
teacher well.
I am saying that this man sat here and said that the Supreme Court had no business in interpreting. And I'm saying that what the Supreme Court did had nothing to do with interpretation. I wrote it down. What the Supreme Court did had, as at now, they've not even gone to the substantive matter, which has to do with the question of interpretation. The Supreme Court only granted an aspect of our reliefs, which were to stay the execution of the ruling of the Speaker. So it is to be noted that the Supreme Court never engaged in a matter of interpretation, because as at now, the substantive has not been heard. It is only when the defendants, i.e. the Attorney General and the Speaker of Parliament, has filed their has filed their defense and responses, that is when the Supreme Court will go into the substantive matter. So it is important to highlight that the Supreme Court never did such exercise. They only granted a relief. No, I'm not going to do that. Stop that. Again, he spoke about the principle of separation of powers, and of course, lay claims that none of the arms of government is bigger than the other. I agree, except to say that the principle of separation of powers, as propounded by Mr. Baron de Montesquieu, has always been moving with the principle of checks and balances. The principle of checks and balances, to the extent that when an arm of government conducts itself in a way that will ultravirus the provisions of the law, in that case, a different arm of government has the power, has the mandate, particularly under constitutional supremacy, to be able to put that arm of government under checks and balances. And that's what happens. Because, for instance, if you look at the facts of the presenting case, if you recall, the facts of the presenting case or the current case, at the moment, what we are confronted with has to do with, ambiguity when it comes to certain provisions of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker is saying A, majority leader and the whole majority is also saying B. When it comes to that threshold, when it comes to those contrasting views, where parties do disagree with any provision of the Constitution, the principle of checks and balances, the principle of separation of powers is again provoked. And then it reverts us to the constitutional supremacy, where the Constitution, based on Article 2, Article 130 of the Constitution, says that when it comes to questions of interpretation, we must defer same to the Supreme Court. Again, I think he also spoke about the fact that when Mr. Afenyo Markins went to court, there was no, official determination that has been made to which he went to court. I'm not sure when, in matters of, for instance, injunction and stay of execution, if you look at it within a broader terms, legally, injunction and stay of execution has the same effect. So I am not sure anybody would want to sit there and suffer an irreparable damage before they go to court. The whole essence of injunction, the whole essence of stay of execution is to the effect that you go and stop an act that will cause an irreparable damage to you. So Mr. Afenyo Markins, having saw or seen the motion that was tabled before Parliament, particularly when he realized that some MPs will be affected, had to go to court to make a determination. I think we gave him 4 minutes.
Yes.
No, you rang the first bell and the second one. Again, he spoke about the fact that Afenyo Markins had no interest in going to court to seek natural justice, except to say that those MPs did not come out of the blue, out of a vacuum. They came against the backdrop of a certain political party. And if you read the J. case, particularly when it comes to class actions, he had that right, if only he is able to prove to the Supreme Court that he's affected as a political party. The constituents could also be affected in terms of their representation. And that's what the Supreme Court grants him. But you see, in London, what Mr. Mutala has to understand that whether or not what the Speaker did was right, it does not change anything so far as it is proof
that at the end of the day, the parties involved, referring to the 4 MPs, were not given an opportunity to be heard. Unless, of course, he felt that they were given an opportunity to be heard. If they were not given an opportunity to be heard, what is going to happen is that the Supreme Court reserves the right to declare any decision, any order that was made void.
Thank you very, very much.
My point.
Yes, I want to just throw you back to yesterday, and then you make the point. Okay. I want to just break it up a little bit. Watch this video of what happened, what went down yesterday in the House of Parliament. You're watching GTV Breakfast. Messrs. Squatting and Mohammed are my guests, representing MPP and NDC. And here comes the throwback from yesterday.
Article 102 of the Constitution. It reads, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. As presently constituted, the numbers definitely is far above 1/3 of the members of Parliament. But by Article 104, the numbers are not sufficient for us to take decisions. And I'll quote Article 104. Article 1041 says, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Honourable members, we don't have at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Consequently, in view of the current circumstances, the fact that there is a question on the composition and constitution of Parliament, and having regard to the public interest and the exigencies of the state of affairs in Parliament, I will proceed to, in accordance with Standing Orders 59, adjourn the House indefinitely. That is sine die.
Okay, so currently the Speaker has adjourned
So that was the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament making his decision yesterday to adjourn parliamentary sittings indefinitely, which means the candidates who want to come back into the House next year are supposed to go back and do their campaigning. One of them is here, though. When do you return?
But before I...
When do you return, though? Just briefly.
My coincidence, God's willing, I should be returning anytime soon.
Anytime soon.
Yeah, but let me make this point. You see, I think that I would have to help my brother on even their constitution. I thought I was taking him into class on political theories.
You've run away from that.
No. I thought that was the only place you needed the help. I've now realized that even your constitution, you need the help. Article 9 of the NPP's own constitution.
Is that forfeiture of membership?
Yes, your own constitution. Article 9 says that when a member decides to...
Let me read it.
Fantastic.
So that you don't add stuff that is not there. Article 9, forfeiture of membership. A member of the party, this is the MPP's constitution, who stands as an independent candidate against the officially selected member of the party, officially elected member of the party, or who joins or declares his or her support for another political party or for an independent candidate when the party has sponsored a candidate in a general or by-election, automatically forfeits his or her membership of the party.
You know, there's a popular proverb in the ground that when you throw your fork over the wall, you don't go out to find how it landed. My point is simple. That particular constitution, when the NPP was being registered as a political party, they submitted a copy of their constitution to the Electoral Commission. Okay? Now, if Article 9 of your constitution is explicit, it says,
automatically forfeit your membership. So the very day those 3 members of parliament filed with the Electoral Commission, which has also been published and it is on the website, they forfeited their membership.
That is your point.
So that argument, that lame argument of Afeni-Markins going there because the MPP is affected, because their members of parliament are affected, is balderdash. Because they are no longer members of the MPP by Article 9 of your own constitution. They are no longer members of your party. So you cannot be seeking to fight for their so-called natural justice. And when I indicated that natural justice is sought by the victims or the people who are purported to be affected.
No, it's not like
Let me finish. Please, let me finish. So in the first place, they are no longer members of your party. When you ask him whether they were still members of MPP, he said yes. You asked him about 2 times, and I shudder to think that you deliberately asked him that question because you were conversant with Article 9 of the MPP Constitution. You look into our faces with some alacrity and swag and said, yes, they are still members of the MPP.
Are you the one to enforce the MPP Constitution? Are you the one to enforce the MPP Constitution? Are you the one?
You see?
Are you the one to enforce the MPP Constitution? Or you interpret the MPP Constitution first? Are you the one? No, you keep referring and dragging me in.
This one to be.
Are you the one to enforce the MPP Constitution?
I am dragging you in because when he asked you, whether they were still members of MPP, you said yes. He asked you again, you said yes. By your party's own constitution. And in fact, the ruling of Professor Makokwe on the issue of Honorable Asama, they are no longer members of your party.
Says who?
Your constitution says that.
Are you the one to enforce or interpret our constitution?
Oh, you don't respect your constitution?
No, are you the one to interpret or enforce?
These are the kinds of people who are ruling this country. No, if they can even disregard their own constitution, you think that you have time for us? No wonder. This one. No wonder. This one is the water. No, it is beyond there. No wonder this is the water you have subjected the people of this country to. So I'm saying that, look, what happened that day, and I thought he was going to respond to that point. Honorable Afeni-Markins went to parliament, went to court, on the basis of evidence that happened on Thursday. And I'm saying that whatever happened on Thursday cannot be deemed to be an official position of parliament.
You made a point very clearly.
Every day, yesterday, we had to approve the vote and proceedings of parliament on Thursday. Okay. So I'm saying that is it a case that the Supreme Court didn't do due diligence or he deceived them? And again, the Supreme Court themselves indicated they were not sitting on Fridays. Interestingly, they found space to sit on Friday. Again, the Supreme Court, what Honorable Afeni-Markins went to the Supreme Court for, they said, don't worry, we are giving you more. He wanted 10 days. The Supreme Court says no.
I will dedicate you there.
Oh, hold on.
Let's hear the dedication.
Hold on. I'm saying that
he's not done.
I'm saying when he went there, yes, the Supreme Court said, oh, we'll give you more.
No,
I want him to respond to the fact that what Afeni-Markins took to court was not an official document or position from Parliament. And why did they do the things they did? When we have very important issues, the LGBTQ nonsense is still there. They are not interested in that.
Mr. Kwatin, we're almost out of time.
First of all, yes, I also want to, it's good to co-educate. So there's no there's no harm in co-educating.
I'm your teacher. You are just reminding me that I'm your teacher.
In a civil society, students can also draw their teachers' attention to.
Yes, draw attention.
So I think we spoke about the fact that they went to court and they pleaded for 10 days and the court granted even more. Of course, if you look at Order 25 of CI 47 under ex parte application, the maximum that a court is supposed to grant in ex parte application is 10 days. I agree. Order 25 of CI 47. Right. But you also have to reverse your mind to a case law, a Supreme Court case law, where the court has made a determination in the Rosemary Kwando case. And I'm going to quote to you. The court
knew that law, yet you went for 10 days.
When you are filing an application, you situate it within the context of the law. Under CI 47, when you are applying for ex parte application, you have to go under Order 25 under CI 47. Order 25 say that even despite the fact that you can come for ex parte application or ex parte motion, the only remedy that the court can give should not go beyond 10 days. In terms of the injunction that the court is granted, particularly with the stay of.
You can't ask questions.
His strategy. When you see you are flowing, when you see you are flowing,
when the person requested 10 days.
But there is a case law in the Rosemary Kwando case. The court was of the view that in appropriate circumstances,
a court of law can grant a relief not sought for by a party.
Fantastic. So you've made your point.
Oh, okay. So we are ready. Okay, it's very disgraceful. Gentlemen, they were bound to go for 10, but the court has discretion to give him more.
At this point, I am the speaker here. I have ruled that we have only a minute each. That's why he's being disrupted. Are you Cassian? You have a minute just to convince the people who are watching you why they should give you your vote. He said in 45 days. We're out of time. 1 minute. I mean, your time starts now.
I think he spoke of why Afenum. No, I'm interested.
It's part of 1 minute.
It's my 1 minute. Don't worry.
Okay, so your time starts now. Let's go.
He asked of why Mr. Afenum went to court. You see, nobody's saying that Kafu, yourself and myself, we can't even do constitutional interpretation. We can do. But the law is that it's an established principle that when there is an ambiguity on a certain provision of the Constitution, Article 2, Article 130 says that the Supreme Court is the only court that has exclusive original jurisdiction to make such an interpretation. So, Speaker was of the view that this is the meaning of Article 97(1)G. In terms of the majority, who also have a different view. When there is contrasting views with regards to a certain provision of the Constitution, then we refer to the Supreme Court to make the declaration. When we went there, we also asked as part of our reliefs for the Supreme Court to stay the ruling of the Speaker so that we don't suffer any irreparable damage and constituents will also be represented. I'm not sure this is so difficult to understand. And then you sit here and make it look like, oh, you had not even passed any ruling, so why did Mr. Afenum went to court? He went to court because there was an disagreement and ambiguity, and for that matter, the appropriate forum to take it has to do with the Supreme Court.
Thank you so much. Mr. is the spokesperson for the Ministry of Education. Mr. Mutala Mohammed represents Tamale Central. He has a minute to wrap up.
Yes, free education to
now. All right, let's go.
You see,
free education to a teacher.
One of the signs of identifying that the student will not be able to pass his exams if he doesn't listen well. I never said Afenum doesn't have the right to go to court. Please. What I said is that he went to court with some evidence. But if you are going to court with any evidence, that evidence must be the true representation of what happened in Parliament.
What evidence?
And I said that he went to court on the basis of what happened in Parliament on Thursday. And I'm saying that for parliamentary proceedings, we always approve the proceedings of Parliament in the subsequent meetings. On Thursday, what happened on Thursday was approved by Parliament yesterday. Yet he went with that misleading information. And the Supreme Court went...
You don't have to wait for the action to happen.
Please.
I know this is so basic.
I listen to you. I'm not
wait for the action to happen.
I'm not talking of the action. I'm not talking.
You don't wait.
Please, I'm not talking of injunction.
There was a different
please. I'm not talking of action.
MP.
I'm not talking of action. You see, let me finish my 30 seconds. You see, you ask what message you have for the people of this country.
Yes.
I want to speak to the Ghanaian people. You have two presidential candidates. One indeed was able to maintain the dollar to the cedi at 4 cedis. One claimed that he wasn't so good, he took it to 17 cedis. One was able to ensure that a gallon of petrol was sold at 14 cedis. You need 4 liters to get 1 gallon. One said he wasn't good. He took 1 liter to 15 cedis.
So when you had to go back,
one was said, please.
When you had to go back,
you see,
yeah, macroeconomic indicators. You are a doctor.
Please.
That are variables that influences.
Thank you.
You are a PhD. You know this.
Thank you.
So when you come,
I asked for the music starts playing, and then it means
what are you talking about?
Happy birthday in advance. When is your birthday, sir?
Me?
Yes.
I actually don't celebrate.
But what month you were born?
December.
December what day?
December.
Don't say 13th.
Oh no. No, you see.
December 13th.
Thank God. We're not born on the same day. 14th. We're not born on the same day. 14th. So you see, we were not born on the same day. Thank God. I was dreading that myself and he.
My son was born on the 15th, so it's 13th, 14th, 15th.
Myself and your son will just go for him.
Gentlemen, good to speak to you all. Jay, I don't know when he was born, but I know he's going to do birthdays right now. So here comes Jay Gabra, all snazzy and pinkified. Jay, take it away.
We approve the
so much. We still hashtag GTV Breakfast. And it's time now for us to celebrate some birthdays. So if you're celebrating your birthday today, happy birthday to you. So this first birthday dedication is a birthday wish from Daniel Lawson of GTV Design Department to James Kobler of Matters of Uganda, Commandery number 797. And he says he's wishing you long life with good health. So happy birthday again to you, James Cobbler. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday. And we're moving on to the next person. And the wish goes, happy birthday to Irene Suman of Major Glory Consult and Fellowship at Soul Mission International. This is coming from Angel. Happy birthday to you again, Irene. And this one is going to Alexander Ode. It's happy birthday to you, Alexander Ode. On this day, we pray that you always get chicken you can hold. I'm sure that is code for something. It's a message from the RDB group. I understand you get the message. So happy birthday to you, Alexander. And also, happy glorious birthday to Kweku Awisonga Azuma, and this is coming from Veronica Woods with our GBC makeup department, and it's going and from the entire Tete family. They say they love you and may God bless you. So happy birthday to you, Kweku, once again. And just this one is just by the way, and I understand was Celestine's birthday yesterday as well. So for Motiti and all of us here at GBC, we want to wish you a happy birthday. She's a producer for Within Africa as well. So for everyone celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday to you and enjoy this birthday song.
Now, welcome back to the show. It's 25 minutes past 9 a.m. and it's the time when we bring you the political parties to come sell to you their agenda. 45 days till Ghanaians go to the polls on December 7 to elect which party will be the next government of this country by January 2025. I am Altiti Saida Sadek, and this show is proudly brought to you by We Purified Drinking Water, Medimosis and Virtual Sound. Now today on Manifesto Watch, and we extend a hand and provide a platform to all political parties vying for the elections. 45 minutes to come sell their agenda. On today's program, we have the New Patriotic Party. They are the party in power. And to talk on education and how they're going to look at the overall sector is Mr. Hayford Atta Krufi. He's immediate past CEO of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority and is the NPP spokesperson on the education sector in the manifesto. Send him your questions on 055-556-1034, 055-556-1034. I did see a message earlier on headlines talk about postings, and one teacher was complaining of how he's not yet been posted and he's had to sell yogurt on the street. Well, kudos for being industrious. Mr. Hayford would answer most of the questions. Mr. Hayford, good morning and welcome to Manifesto Watch.
Good morning, Multiti, and good morning to your viewers as well.
Great to have you. Let's begin from what the grand plan is for education. I know we have from basic through to senior high school and to tertiary. What do we want to see our educational sector look like?
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity and the privilege as well. As part of the bold steps for jobs and business, which is what our manifesto really captures, the section on education is to expand opportunities for all. And indeed, the dividing line between opportunities for children and longevity in life is the access to education that you give them. So education is very, very important for us, especially how we move children away from poverty by giving them access and quality education. So that encapsulates the vision of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in saying that he is going to expand educational opportunities for all. And that is from basic education right through to tertiary in the country here.
Let's begin from the basics, from the child going to basic school. There's the F-Cube, and it's been wrought with, challenges of its rollout. Keen are the infrastructure challenges, quality of teachers, availability of teachers even. What's the plan?
Thank you. I mean, the framers of our constitution, the Fourth Republican Constitution, enshrined F-Cube in it. But for about 10 years, F-Cube was not actually materializing. So I remember way back in 2002, when President Kufuor at Savelugu launched the new educational reform policy. And he said that from the age 4, education is compulsory in this country. And that's when he introduced the capitation grant through to junior high school, or JSS as we called it that time. And right through the NPP administration, we've always ensured that education becomes free. And Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo increased it to the senior high school. So it is something that has consistently been on the agenda of the NPP administration. But of course, when you're starting any system or any policy, you would have some challenges. First of all, you have to give everybody access because no child should be left behind. So once you start with the quantity, definitely there will be some infrastructural challenges. There will also be teacher supply challenges and so on and so forth. So all these challenges have been along the way. But as you perfect it, as you work through it consistently over the years, then you begin to solve some of these problems. And it is in solving these problems that you move from access to quality. So school buildings, for example, access to feeding and so on and so forth. So all these have been challenges. But over the years, we have increased the educational budget, consistently to meet these challenges so that infrastructure is now being improved. We have some data showing that more school buildings are now being constructed. Children are being moved from schools under trees, for example, and more modern infrastructure are being built across, and school feeding is improving. And you can see that in the results, in the WASI results, because not too long ago, in 2015, when 10 children went to write the WASI examination, in mathematics, only 2 children were getting A to C. Now 6 are getting A to C.
Right.
Yeah. And in English, only 4 were getting A to C. And now 7 are getting A to C. And in integrated science, 2 were getting A to C, and now 6 are getting A to C. So you begin to see that when you invest in infrastructure over a period, it yields results, and that is what our educational system is showing.
Since we're talking about infrastructure, one of our reporters brought us a story from the other area where students have challenged getting to the classroom or to school because they have to cross the river. Yes, and there are no life jackets, and it discourages even the teachers from also going there. There are lots of other communities like that community across the country, especially in rural areas. And I'm seeing a story too on 3 News about Tonia Kope Basic School, and they don't go to school on Tuesdays and Fridays due to transportation challenges as well, surrounded by these water bodies. Has this come to the attention of the ministry, and why is it taking so long to look for lasting solutions to these problems?
No, it is good that these come to the attention of the administration. I mean, obviously there would be a local administration or a municipal office or a district office out there who would be aware of this, and then they escalate it, to a national level or to a point where actions can be taken about it. Of course, a lot of these infrastructure difficulties come to the attention, and in a matter of time, these things are solved. So not this particular one that you're referring to. I'm hearing about it for the first time, but I'm sure there would have been ears to the ground who have heard about it, and maybe between the time the report came and now, there may have been some improvement, but I'm not saying that's what it's worth.
What's the manifesto saying, and what's the MPP saying about response time by government, local governments on the ground, like the MCs, the DCs, before it gets to central government with these kind of situations? With children, how much is a life jacket? And if, the grand plan is to provide a school complex, how about provide interim safety measures?
It is access to resources. I'm sure as soon as the matter comes to the attention of, let's say, the district chief executive or the municipal chief executive or the district educational officer, it is escalated. And what can be done immediately to solve the problem is solved. At least we are not waiting for accidents to happen before we deal with these situations. And touch wood, so far, I mean, yes, this information has come, but we haven't heard of any accidents. So I'm sure somehow that is being done.
Earlier this year, unfortunately, some students died around the Wager area. Which
is regrettable.
Yes.
Yeah. You see, the infrastructure, or let's say eventually quality, is dealt with over a period of time. It's an investment. Certainly we're not going to have all schools having access, all schools having teachers, all schools having all the requirements that they have. But it is a journey. And if you don't start and make it a priority, if you don't expand the opportunities, if you don't give children access and work towards, you will never get there. So we're not saying that Ghana, and that is indeed the reason why, for me, education should be the dividing factor for every politician. Cost must not be a barrier to any child's education. Distance must not be a barrier. Every Ghanaian child matters. No child should be left behind. And these are the bold steps that politicians need to have that will to do. Because eventually, the reason why you and I are sitting here is because of education, and we have to extend that opportunity to our children.
Right.
So yes, if we dwell too much on problems, we will never get the solutions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it look like we're likely to meet the 2030 SDG goals targets of quality education? I mean, you want to wrestle power and still stay for 4 more years or even more.
Yeah.
To set precedents and to ensure that work you have done doesn't go down the drain.
Exactly. And that is the reason why governments upon governments successively will have to build on what previous administrations have done. And therefore, when it becomes an issue of an argument between 2 political parties or 2 administrations, when I come, I will do this, and to reverse what the other has done, it hits me because, one, I'm a teacher. I'm a professional teacher, and I believe that every decision that has to be taken in education must be for the benefit of the child. It is not the politician's interest. And sometimes we play to the gallery. For me, we need to have a consistent educational policy that has to be built on year, administration by administration, because Ghana has a permanent succession, especially in its educational reforms.
Right.
Yeah.
Since you talked about you being a teacher, I'll bring the teachers in now. What's the plan to ensure they're comfortable and motivated enough to stay in the nooks and crannies of Ghana to provide the access you talk about?
Yeah. Not too long ago, we had very difficult supply of teachers, and the incentive was not there. Teachers who had left the colleges of education would be recruited, they would be paid for 3 months, and then they would stay until eternity. Now, they didn't know where to go after that. But consistently from 2017, that policy of 3 months salary has been, eroded, taken away. Teachers are being recruited. I have figures here which, if time would permit, I will give you consistently how teachers have been recruited from 2017 till now, and we continue to build. In 2023, 15,000 teachers were recruited, and the figures are there. I can give them to you. So the most important thing is that the teacher is at the center of education.
Okay.
What Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is saying, that he has a policy called for teacher first. You have to put the teacher at the center of
teacher first.
Teacher first.
Okay.
So, in ensuring that they have the good conditions of service. For example, he says he is going to give them an incentive of acquiring their own vehicles. If you want to buy a vehicle with an engine capacity of 1800 cc, government will support you to get the credit to acquire that vehicle, for example.
Right.
He's also said that he's going to provide housing for teachers. Now, how are we going to do that? We are going to allow them to use a portion of their pension contribution to help them get mortgages, as part payment towards mortgages to acquire housing. That is primary housing. He's also talked about social housing for our teachers, because eventually what we're aiming at is by the time any teacher goes on retirement, you should have a retirement income security. You should have at least a small 2-3 bedroom house where they can lay their head, because they have paid their dues to society, and society has to do a lot to help them. So these are some of the things in broad stroke what he plans to do.
What the teacher first is. So accommodation, support for transportation to move around. How about learning materials? And with that one, it's both the teacher and the people who suffers if that is not provided. Lateness of the arrival of learning materials has been a bone of contention.
Yeah, if you look at, and I remember historically when somebody said that I will not give you chalk today, tomorrow. A teacher needs a chalk to work with. At least basic tool as a teacher. And if I'm working and I'm told from higher office that I will not get a chalk today or tomorrow, definitely, it will affect my motivation. But yes, if you look at the new infrastructure, the new school buildings that are being put across the country, we are looking at the teaching material for teachers. For example, children are now being given tablets, where they can work from. School buildings now have ICT laboratories, they have science laboratories, where children can learn. If you look at the new new way of learning, the STEM schools, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and then technical and vocational schools. You see, all these schools are now being built not just with the four walls of brick and mortar, but with teaching materials that will make the teachers work, more effective, put it that way,
Right. Let me move from teachers. I'll come back to teachers in senior high school, but I see in your manifesto, so let's move to senior high school. Increasing the stock of student accommodation in our public universities, that's in the tertiary. Let's talk about free senior high school for a bit. Protect and enhance the free SHS and TVET, which is truly transforming lives and changing life outcomes for millions. What's the grand plan? Aside from competitions, I've seen the STEM innovation competitions where schools from the north and the south compete to provide solutions, contemporary solutions to what's happening now. What's the big plan?
Because our children are now going to compete for jobs with the developed economies. So our teaching and learning must be geared towards jobs for the future. And not too long ago, Mamfi Methodist Girls School competed, in robotics, and there was a BBC documentary about them, and all showing the extent to which our children are now picking up science and technology and the skills, technical and vocational skills. So our children are doing well, and I think we have to give credit to our teachers who are at the center of it, and also for our children and parents who are giving us sharp children of this nature. Back to your question again, if you don't mind.
So I was talking about TVET. What's the big plan to accelerate it?
I mean, when we talk about the free education, instinctively we tend to talk about the senior high school, but it is not just the senior high school, but senior high school and TVET. Now the aim is to move the two broad strokes together. Okay, so the technical and vocational skills are the ones that are going to provide them with access to job much quicker. It is not every child that should aim at going to university.
Okay.
Post-secondary courses and skills development are very, very key. And that is why the student loan facility, for example, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is saying that it is not just going to be for degree students, it is going to be for those who are offering post-secondary, let's say, certificate courses, diploma courses, and STEM. Clearly, positive discrimination towards those who are pursuing STEM skills, because we want to give our education a broader perspective and not the singular senior high school where somebody will go and do classics or philosophy in university. That is good. But the new jobs that are being created, the digital jobs that are going to be created, the world is now a global village, and you'll be sitting here and you'll be competing with a job with another person, say in India or Singapore, anywhere. So our education must be beyond our boundary. There shouldn't be any, nationalistic aspect to our education, but rather more global. And that is why the more emphasis is now being put on TVET, even stronger than those who are pursuing the humanities.
I want to ask how the ecosystem around TVET is looking like, the enabling environment for them to be able to operate, the infrastructure for TVET schools, and also when they come out of TVET schools, the available opportunities in the job market.
Absolutely. Just recently there was a TVET skills show, basically, which is now giving more credits for for the whole world to showcase how TVET is now being taken alongside the regular secondary courses. And we will get to a point where TVET and then the senior high school will be on the same level. If you look at the new school buildings, for example, that are being put up, it is not just the science labs, the ICT labs are also being built, and then labs for technical skills are also being developed. So the two strokes are now being pushed together. This is not something that used to be the case, and instinctively in our minds sometimes we tend to put the TVET and that down. That is why we now have a TVET commission. Have a TVET commission that is overseeing the work of the TVET services.
Can you share with us how much work has been done with infrastructure on TVET? And as you said, not just the science labs, but also the TVET, operating areas with machines.
I have some figures here, if time will permit me.
That's fine.
Go into that.
We want to appreciate how much funding infrastructure has gone into TVET and how many students are benefiting from that, if that's the grand plan to help them get jobs.
Right now, when we started the free SHS and then the TVET, 800,000 children were benefiting. Now it's risen to 1.5 million who are benefiting from the free SHS TVET And now in terms of infrastructure, 1,700 blocks, classroom blocks physically, with the SHS and TVET broadly together, 1,700 are ongoing. And not only in terms of the classroom facilities, but when they come to talk about the dining halls, the dormitory blocks, and the ICT blocks, and all those things, about 832 projects have been completed. So it is not that we are only talking about it, but we are building infrastructure that will meet the numbers. And the TVET is even becoming more popular than the traditional secondary courses that
Are we building TVET centers in the traditional setup of senior high schools, or we are having separate TVET schools and then we have the traditional ones?
Thank you. What Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is contemplating in this manifesto is to have what we call comprehensive secondary education, where the JHS and the SHS TVET are all being built together. Remember, when I went to secondary school, we had the Form 1 to up to 6th form. So let's say the JHS of today would have been Form 1, Form 2, Form 3. And then the SHS of today will be Form 4, Form 5, and then the 6th form. They were all together in one place. I went to Lab 1 in secondary school. So the GHS and the SHS. But now Lab 1 is called an SHS school. It used to be broad across. And that is what we're going back to, a comprehensive secondary education where the junior high school and then the senior high school TVET will be in the same location. So we're not separating the two anymore. And that is the way to go. So that the two strands can work together and even become the technical skills and then the STEM skills will even be more popular, because that is the way the world is going. That is the new job opportunities that children are going to have. Will the schools be inundated with the double tracking system and the places, lack of space for children to lay their head? How is the MPP going to manage that as well? Well, currently we don't have double track system. We don't have double track system. But opening the floodgate for more students to come into traditional schools and pursue TVET alongside the numbers that are already there. And that is why more infrastructure are being built. And again, I always refer back to my book here, because if you can give us timelines and the areas where some of these infrastructures are springing up. In terms of region by region infrastructure development, in Ahafu we have 124 school buildings being constructed. 124 in Ahafu. 124. Ashanti has 763. I'm giving you these figures to tell you how much we are trying to meet the infrastructure shortfall across the country. Bono East 138. Eastern region 413, Greater Accra 201, Northern region 241. And all the way to Western region, Central region. So across the country, we are putting up infrastructure to meet the numbers, because the numbers are growing. Since the free SHS was introduced, now right through from basic to senior high school, 5.7 million children have gone through the educational mill, which was not the case before. And even now, we're still struggling with enrollment, because, for example, Central region, those who pass through from GHS to SHS, it's only 85%. We're losing 15%. The question is, where did they go?
Where are they going?
Where are they going? It's a concern. It's a worry. Northern region is 95%, and then you can see.
I wanted to ask, because a lot of children are idle up in the rural areas in northern Ghana, and if there's education at their doorstep, what's the problem?
What's the problem? Is it something traditional? Is it parents who are not, allowing them to go? Do they have to follow the parents, for example, to do the jobs that they're doing?
Right, on the farm.
Yeah. So it's a worry, it's a concern, because you want 100%. You want 100%. So educational consultants are now working out to find out why the enrollment is still not up exactly where we want them to be. But of course, it's a good progress. If I'm worrying at 85%, then it means that I have a concern for enrollment.
I know you're not here to talk about the economy, but before I throw in the economy question on whether there's a scare with approach to get parents to understand how beneficial education is to their children in these rural areas, what would you say to people who would say that you are using free senior high school, all these TVETs and things as a litmus test, asking when is the overall quality of education going to get right? You've been at this for 8 years. And the issues keep springing up. You want another 4 years. When is the assurance that quality teachers, good infrastructure, good ecosystem, jobs available, the whole 9 yards?
Ghana has been independent for a very long time, and if we as successive governments had built on consistently over this 60 and 70 odd years, we would have been far further than where we are now. At least Dr. Nkrumah's administration started free education. But of course, at the time, Ghana's population was not that much. And then also our resources were not. And then there were less teachers, for example, very, very few colleges of education. So he had to start from a certain part of the country and work his way down, of course. Then the successive governments decided to peel it back. Over the period, it was not built on. Now, if we had consistently built on the access, then it would have yielded more quality. So we would have been, maybe we will not be the state where Finland, for example, is. But if you look at a country like Finland, they have built on this. It's an investment consistently over the years.
What do you think is attributing to
because they have invested in it.
Okay.
Yes, and it has become a development goal for that economy.
And one would say that in this season or period over the last 12, 16 years, the NPP and the NDC have been in and out of power governance. You haven't built upon what you have each done?
Not consistently. So, for example, I talked about the FQ being in our constitution. For 10 years, between 1992 and 2002, nothing was done about it. Then it was lifted out of the Constitution and made real through the Savulugu Declaration.
2004.
Up to junior high school.
Right.
But then we were expecting from 2009 to 2016.
So you mean anytime government hands change, power changes hands?
Educational policy changes. And unfortunately, it it is the child that suffers. I mean, in 2014, when President Mahama then said that he was going to introduce the progressive senior high school, or so he said he was going to do free SHS. And Adedan Kwekufade, then in the opposition, congratulated him because he genuinely wanted that to be done, because he was in a hurry to see through the children's free education. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case, because we also on television, your screens I'm sure showed it, St. Aquinas Secondary School, where the head teacher was holding a cane driving children out of the examination hall because they had not paid their school fees. School fees was not free. Children were paying utility bills in school. You know, I have a receipt here from Nkwetia Presbyterian where children were paying 508 cedis as school fees per term. So you're saying you are progressively making secondary school education free, and yet you're charging parents fees. So you come in 2017, then you have to start all over again. And that is why we're saying that, look, if you do not allow the NPP to consistently carry on and build on what they have done before, and we make a mistake and revert, the free senior high school is going to collapse, even if it is not cancelled. Because if you look at the language, for example, I'm not going to introduce free senior high school on the whimsical or promises of a desperate politician. That was the language of President Mahama. Unfortunately, I'm a teacher. I don't always want to politicize education.
Don't you think he said that because he didn't want to use education for politics?
Exactly. It should not be used for politics. It shouldn't. It shouldn't at all. But unfortunately, that is what we are seeing in our country here. It's being called scam, it's undoable, and all sorts of language being used, you know, and it doesn't do well for our economy.
We have to wrap up, so I'll give you 2 minutes on tertiary education. Since we've talked extensively about free senior high school, it looks like it's the juncture that leads you into the adulting stage and the stage where you make life decisions, which is tertiary university. What's the plan? I see student accommodation stock up in public universities and other public tertiary institutions to address the housing deficit on campuses. That's been a big one, even in the biggest universities like Legon and KNUST,
you know, Cape Coast and all those things. Yes, because Motiti, I gave you some data about how our children are consistently doing better at the WASI.
Right.
And naturally, they would want to progress on to university. And the biggest problem there is student accommodation. It's very, very expensive. And therefore, what Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is saying is that, look, he is going to leverage on the private sector, use the university lands to build more accommodation and make student accommodation far cheaper than they are before. And also, when you look at the scholarship systems, you know, we have scholarship on different platforms. The Scholarship Secretariat provides scholarship, GNPC provides scholarship.
The issue about scholarship, Mr. Hayford, has always been if the right students get the scholarship, and it's not privileged people's children.
And that is why he is going to publish all those who are beneficiaries of scholarship. He is going to have one single database for all scholarships in this country, so that we don't have one from Get Fund and one from GNPC, one from Scholarship Secretariat or Cocoa Board, one strand of a database for all scholarship beneficiaries whose names are going to be published every year. And then also on the student loan, it is not only going to be for degree, it is going to be for post-secondary, certificate, diploma, TVET, and STEM. And then he's also said that for those who are people with disability, he is going to, the vulnerable group, he is going to ensure that they have scholarship to assist them from level 100 to level 400.
So you're not giving free level 100 school fees?
No, we're not saying that. Anyone who is saying that too has to prove that they can do it, because if they couldn't do it at the secondary level, then they cannot do it at the tertiary level.
Those are your thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Hayford, for sitting with us. I've been speaking to Hayford Atta Krufi, immediate past CEO of National Pensions Regulatory Authority, MPP spokesperson on education. In the manifesto, we talked about basic education, the FCUP. We've talked about free senior high school infrastructure, TVET, increasing laboratories and centers for TVET, operations and studies, tertiary education, student loans extending to STEM courses, PWDs, support TVET diploma courses, and increasing accommodation on campuses, which has been a big issue with tertiary education. I am LTT Saida Sadiq, and thank you for your time watching Manifesto Watch and GTV Breakfast. We're back tomorrow on your screens at 5:55. Thank you for your company.
The memories will be with me forever. You the problem, yeah.